massace.
Take over control. Take over control. Take over control of me.
You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets, and they own all the big media news, all the big media companies. So they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls.
Like the pharaohs of ancient Egypt who built their empire with the help of a grand vizier, Queen Elizabeth II also has a grand vizier who serves as her most trusted advisor. His name is Lord Evelyn Rothschild, and he is the second wealthiest and most powerful person on earth. He is also Lord of the world's financial capital, the city-state of London. On November 30th, 2000, Lord Rothschild, now in his 70s, got married in London to a wealthy Zionist businesswoman named Lynn Forrester. The couple then jetted to Washington and spent their wedding night in the White House. Just months before 9/11, they moved to New York and settled into their 18th floor luxury palace at River House, where two private terraces offered them front row seats for the scheduled 911 show. Just how rich and powerful is Lord Evelyn Rothschild? Historically, the Rothschild family wealth was hidden in underground vaults. The Rothschilds' secret financial records were never audited and never accounted for. Their family-commissioned biographies give the illusion that their family fortune has dwindled, but researchers estimate their wealth at close to $500 trillion, more than half the wealth of the entire world.
They want more for themselves and less for everybody else.
Besides their many castles, palace mansions, wineries, racehorses, and exotic resorts, the Rothschilds bought Reuters in the 1800s. Reuters then bought the Associated Press, which selects and delivers the same news stories to the entire world, day after day. They have controlling interest in 3 major television networks and easily avoid media tension since they own it. Until recently, they owned and operated England's Royal Mint and continue to be the gold agent for the Bank of England, which they also direct. The Rothschilds earn millions weekly just on transaction fees alone. They also fix the world price of gold on a daily basis and profit from its ups and downs. Over the centuries, the Rothschilds have amassed trillions of dollars worth of gold bullion in their subterranean vaults and have cornered the world's gold supply. They own controlling interest in the world's largest oil company, Royal Dutch Shell. They operate phony charities and offshore banking services where the wealth of the black nobility in the Vatican is hidden in secret accounts at Rothschild Swiss banks, trusts, and holding companies. Although Evelyn Rothschild looks like a harmless gray-haired old man, make no mistake about it, Rothschild and his ancestors have handpicked presidents, crashed stock markets, bankrupted nations, orchestrated wars, and sponsored the mass murder and impoverishment of millions. The wealth hoarded by this one family alone could feed, clothe, and shelter every human being on earth. By birth, Evelyn Rothschild is the great-great-great-grandson of Mayer Rothschild and is passing the godfathership down to David de Rothschild.
It's past the point of talking. We know historically the sort of agenda to these issues is very hard to try and, with all the best intentions, it's very hard to actually activate. We're seeing that right now. We're seeing a lot of fragmentation going on, a lot of different agendas pulling in different directions.
They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that.
The Federal Reserve is an independent agency, and that means basically that there is no other agency of government which can overrule actions that we take.
And who got the money? Hundreds and hundreds of banks. Any bank or that has access to the U.S. Federal Reserve's discount.
Tell us who they are.
No, because the reason that is counterproductive and will destroy the value of the program.
Bullshit. Forget the politicians. They're irrelevant. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't.
Will we roll and tape on that?
one-finger victory salute.
I don't know how to work any harder than we're already working.
Bullshit.
And I take your feedback very seriously.
Bullshit.
That's why we're working as hard as we are, and we're just going to keep doing and trying to accomplish and meet your expectations.
Bullshit. Where would we be without our safe, familiar American bullshit?
I don't think anyone questions, Mr. Kashgari, that you're working hard.
Bullshit.
Our question is who you're working for.
They want obedient workers. Obedient workers.
What we really need to see is people on the ground starting to actually act upon the low-hanging fruit.
People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they want your fucking retirement money. They want it back so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. Nobody questions things in this country anymore. Nobody questions things. Why? People are too fat and happy. People are way too fucking prosperous for their own good. Everyone's got a cell phone that'll make pancakes and rub their balls now, you know? So nobody wants to rock the boat. And people just gizmo. Americans have been silenced, bought off and silenced by gizmos and toys. And as a result, no one's ever learned to question things. No one questions things in this country anymore.
Mind sciences, or the study of human behavior in relation to the mind, is the newest of all the arts. It's less than 100 years old. And it is by far the one that is most cloaked in secrecy.
The origins of psychological warfare were in Nazi Germany. And in the Nazi ideology, they had something that was called Weltanschauungskrieg, which means worldview warfare. The idea for them was imposing the Nazi worldview on the countries that they had occupied. The Americans picked up this idea, created an American version of it, and called that psychological warfare. In trying to understand psychological warfare and in trying to understand the American approach to the post-war efforts to control people's minds, both as individuals and on a mass scale, there's a lot of illusions about how that was done. Were Nazis involved in that process? Yes, they were.
Project Paperclip was a United States government-sanctioned CIA operation for the importation of Nazi and fascist scientists into the United States. Their statement was simply this: if we don't bring these people into this country and contain them, then our enemies, the Soviet Union, will get them. The first wave was to bring these scientists. There was 700 odd propulsion scientists, and then there were some 600 and some odd mind sciences people that they brought in. The CIA was given the responsibility of actually placing the individuals that had a Project Paperclip into the military-industrial complex, including our colleges and universities. Mind control was a psychological warfare weapon that Adolf Hitler regarded as the answer for taking over the entire planet. The name for the mind control research in this country was MK-Ultra.
MK-Ultra was one program of a series of programs that came out of the CIA to experiment with different types of mind control, using drugs, using electroshock, using insulin shock, and other techniques.
I think that the goal for those people who planned the program was very straightforward. It was an attempt to figure out a way to interrogate people and to learn how to protect their own agents against control by others. If you put someone in a position of being disabled by not feeding them or not allowing them to sleep or overwhelming them with sound, if you use massive shock treatment and you give people massive doses of drugs such as PCP or mescaline or amphetamines or LSD, and if you put them in periods of darkness where they can't predict from one minute to another what is going to happen next, so they're always dreading, there's no consistency to sort of what's going to happen, anybody can be put in a position of being open to brainwashing. Ewan Cameron was probably the foremost psychiatrist of his time in the 1950s. He was using high-tech sound techniques. He was using multiple kinds of loop recorders to force people to listen to recorded messages 24 hours a day for weeks on end to basically destroy people's thinking patterns.
He injected the lysergic acid into the vein, and he patted me on the shoulder and said, "Now there, lassie, we'll see you later." And I started to feel very frightened, and the fright became a terror. And I sort of began throwing myself from one side of the room to the other. I didn't know what to do to stop this feeling. It felt like my bones were melting, that I just didn't know who I was anymore.
This is not just break-ins of people's homes. It's not just invasions of privacy by illegal wiretapping. This is an invasion of a person's mind. But that is about as profound an injury, except for loss of life, that the government can impose.
The Nazis didn't lose the war. They just had to move.
Now it's 50 years later. Now they're much more clever, much more sophisticated. They have a lot more money to spend.
Wars are not won on the battlefield. They're won in the minds of the people.
They were the shocking images broadcast throughout the world. Deep in the jungles of Guyana, a remote agricultural settlement built by the People's Temple, a religious group from California led by Jim Jones. 30 years ago, more than 900 members of the temple died in Jonestown, almost all after drinking cyanide-laced grape drink. Yolanda Williams was 12 when she began attending temple services in San Francisco with her parents. Years later, Jones summoned Williams and her family to his compound in Guyana.
This wasn't all it was cooked up to be. It was not paradise. It was a concentration camp. It was hell. It was a plantation. And there were things going on that I knew were totally ungodly and inhumane. In a drug-induced state. So we convinced him it was in his best interest to let us go and to prove to the people here in the United States, the concerned citizens, other media people, that someone could get out if they wanted to, and we had the freedom, of course, to leave, come and go as we please.
Jones died that same day of a gunshot wound to the head. Ross Simpson, The Associated Press.
It's supposed to be exactly what it's called, a temple for the people, a fundamentalist church that accepts everyone, from the most troubled dope fiends to the evangelical believers in an atmosphere of strict discipline. But mostly, the People's Temple is its flamboyant leader, the Reverend Jim Jones. He's the key to the cult, the faith healer who has gotten the 1,200 followers to build an entire new colony out of the jungle of Guyana. Jones was once a familiar figure in San Francisco who served briefly on a city commission.
I know the reputation he had when I asked him over 2 years ago to serve on the Housing Authority was that he was a man of peacefulness, of quietude, a person who discouraged the use of violence, particularly among poor and frustrated people who wanted to help them to rehabilitate themselves, to keep away from drugs and alcohol, and he performed as a member of the Housing Authority in that fashion.
But there was trouble in the temple. In the colony, allegations of beatings, brutality, brainwashing. Attorney Mark Lane, who went to Jonestown on an independent investigation, told me on October 3rd that no one is being held by the People's Temple against his will.
They're told that this person wants to leave. The American Embassy and the first consul, who I believe is related to the Central Intelligence Agency, goes there with a car, has an individual meeting with the individual involved, and says, and they've repeated this to me, both the embassy and the people involved, here's a car, there's no one to stop you. If you like, come in the car, we will drive you back, we have a plane waiting, we'll fly you to Georgetown, there's a ticket, and we'll pay for your flight right back to your home, and no one can stop us. Do you want to go? And they say, no, I don't want to go.
I'm very glad to be here. This is a congressional inquiry. I think that all of you know that I'm here to find out more about questions that have been raised about your operation here. But I can tell you right now that from the few conversations I've had with some of the folks here already this evening, that whatever the comments are, there are some people here who believe that this is the best thing that ever happened to them in their whole life.
Tonight, Lane has become part of the mystery. As the lawyer for the settlement, he had written Leo Ryan recently, threatening lawsuits if the temple was maligned by Ryan's investigation. Lane was with Ryan during yesterday's massacre, but today he is reported missing. Merrilee Beck, Channel 5 Eyewitness News.
The methods that Jim Jones used in his cult, the People's Temple, are definitely classical mind control techniques. And according to a book by Michael Myers, which is called Was Jonestown a CIA Medical Experiment, his documentation leads him to conclude that actually Jonestown was run by the CIA. Prior to being Jonestown in the deep jungles of British Guiana, that site was actually under control of what was called the Shalom Project. This was a CIA program for training black mercenaries for warfare in Angola.
Congressman Ryan and the journalists arrived in Guyana on Tuesday, November 14th, 1978.
For some time, Ryan had been a thorn in the side of the CIA. He had recently pushed through congressional legislation that curtailed the agency's covert foreign activities. As Ryan prepared for a first-hand look at Jonestown, he was joined by a State Department agent, Richard Dwyer. What he didn't know was that Dwyer was working undercover.
A man named Dwyer was the head of the CIA. Yeah. I mean, the CIA had a presence here. It was an unrevealed presence at the time.
The next day, 20 temple members decided they wanted to leave. In a haze of drugs, Jones' world began to fall apart.
As the party reached the airport, a man with a knife tried to stab Ryan. The congressman described the attack.
Yeah, he said something about rob and choke and kill and or knife. I don't know. But what he said was he intended to kill him.
The party had now been joined by about 30 cult members who wanted to get away, and the enlarged party walked out towards the aircraft. Congressman Ryan went over to shake the pilot's hand. As the party waited, a tractor and trailer appeared in the background. Hidden men opened fire. Congressman Ryan, 2 reporters, and an NBC cameraman were killed. Several other journalists and defectors were injured.
One man who was not executed at the airstrip was Richard Dwyer, the undercover CIA man from the American Embassy, seen here peeling off from Ryan's party seconds before the tractor arrives. Where Dwyer was in the next few hours is key to one of the mysteries that still lies at the heart of the Jonestown tragedy. Having dealt with Congressman Ryan, Jones now turned his insanity on the temple's faithful. From his seat in the pavilion, Jones recorded the last desperate hour of the People's Temple. In front of him, more than 900 of his followers, who were surrounded by guards holding rifles and crossbows. For all but a few, there was no escape. Subsequent medical examinations revealed that many of the dead had been murdered, held down, and injected with cyanide. Jones himself was one of the last to die, a single gunshot to the head sometime around midnight. His killer has never been known. At 3:30 in the morning, when everyone was dead, and several hours before anyone arrived, a radio message was sent from Jonestown using a secret CIA channel, reporting what it described as a mass suicide. This was the message that shaped our view of Jonestown for years to come, even though the best medical evidence suggests that most of those who died had been murdered. The question then becomes who sent that message. The only functioning radio in the area belonged to the local American intelligence officer, Richard Dwyer. Though he always denied going back to Jonestown that night, the last tape tells a very different story.
Take Dwyer on down to the East House. Get Dwyer out of here before something happens to him.
Though more than 900 Americans had died, Richard Dwyer and other U.S. Embassy officials would later receive medals and promotions. A multi-million-dollar lawsuit was subsequently filed by Congressman Ryan's daughter and the relatives of those who died. The suit described the deaths as a massacre and alleged that Jones was an agent or operative of the Central Intelligence Agency. It was dismissed on a technicality and never tried. New evidence reveals startling connections between Jones and members of the U.S. intelligence community.
It began with a visit to Guyana by Congressman Leo Ryan, some of his staff, and members of the press. He was later killed, along with 4 other Americans, including Don Harris and Robert Brown of NBC News. After the killings, the Guyanese authorities impounded the first tapes and notes made by the NBC crew.
I appeared in Washington in February before the International Relations Committee and made some statements and some charges and documentation which resulted in the Foreign Affairs Committee, or International Relations Committee, which they call it today. They voted to ask the House Select Committee on Intelligence to investigate my charges, and they are currently investigating those charges by the House Select Committee on Intelligence. Can you tell us what the charges are? CIA contact with both the Burnham government there and with the People's Temple. The Deputy Chief of Mission there, Richard Dwyer, was in fact the CIA station chief. And he was the one that went to Jonestown with Leo's party, and he claimed to be slightly wounded, but there was a tape made at the time of the murders and suicides there with Jones yelling, "Get Dwyer out of here, get Dwyer out of here." And the indications are that it was Dwyer who went back into Jonestown after Leo was murdered and was there at the time. And there's great questions just who shot Jim Jones and why, whether Jones was shot to shut him up. He also is tracked now as being a CIA operative in Angola in 1975 with UNITA. He's also the same guy who was the top aide who arranged all this purchase and the finances, is also the husband of Deborah Layton Blakey, who fled Jonestown and made those charges. He's a brother-in-law of Larry Layton, who was acquitted yesterday. And it's interesting to note the Peninsula Times Tribune says yesterday the jury appeared, in acquitting Layton, the jury appeared to have agreed with the defense contention that Layton was brainwashed and drugged at the time of the shootings, could not be held criminally responsible. But the gist of what I'm getting to is this. I've received a lot of documentation, which I will provide you here today, that indicates the strong possibility that Jonestown and the People's Temple was in reality a mass mind control experiment conducted by the CIA as a follow-up to something called MK Ultra, which they conducted from the early 50s through 1974.
Do you have any conclusions as to how the people died in Jonestown?
Yes, I have part of our documentation here. The chief medical examiner in Guyana is a Dr. Leslie Moto. He reported, and this is attached here, his opinion that more than 700 of those bodies found at Jonestown were not suicide victims but were murdered. He based this on the injection marks in the upper arm.
Who is suppressing all of this? Are you implying the CIA was active in the suppression?
Yes, I'm suggesting to you that a lot of things that don't make sense here. I'm suggesting that the long delay in anyone getting in, or the press getting in there, or very many people all getting in there for several days, was caused by a deliberate attempt to manufacture the story, which has now been accepted and sold successfully to the American people.
begin to wonder yourselves why the first reports were 350 people died or 400 people died, and for several days that was reported, and many started finding more bodies. When the first reports were that 500 fled in the jungle, the people examined the bodies the first time and counted them by name, by types of people, men, women, and children, turned them over. Then a few days later, they claimed to have found 2 and 3 stacks of bodies underneath those. You know, it boggles the mind, the stories that were passed out, but they apparently have gotten away with, I think, with one of the greatest fabrications of recent years. And yet we think of Jonestown as a bunch of black people who were committed suicide without mentioning that white cadre. And that doesn't quite add up. I think there are racist overtones to the whole thing.
What kind of racist overtones? What are you exactly alleging?
I'm alleging that the media picture that was printed, that was painted rather, and then came out in print and so on, was that you don't have to worry about these people because they're crazy, they'll do anything, and they're not like us. It's my impression at this time that they were conducting some sort of mind control experiments. For example, they had a very modern hospital down there which they bragged about. So modern that in that population they had medical checkups for everyone every day. So there's no need for that unless you're conducting experiments where you're having control groups and you're giving people, and they're giving their vitamins every day.
Well, Dr. Mutu, the pathologist at the site in Jonestown, said that 70 to 80% of the bodies had a fresh needle mark in the back of the left shoulder blade at a point they could not have reached themselves, and that the body showed evidence of having been forced to take the shots. All the people had been murdered, that not one had been a suicide. Mutu found evidence of gunshot wounds and strangulation in many of the other bodies. I studied about 150 pictures in which I could see gunshot wounds. There's no way that cyanide pathology explains the condition of those bodies all face down, and you could see drag marks, and the body count went up because the area was surrounded by 350 Guyanese troops, about 200 British Black Watch troops, which are the equivalent of their Green Beret on maneuvers at Matthews Ridge in those days, and American Green Berets that came in with the body cleanup teams that spent the period of the 5 days murdering people, rounding them up in the jungle. The original reports were all 408 dead, and then 700 flee into the woods. And the military said, first, the Guyanese can't count. Second, that it was bodies on top of bodies, though how you start with 408 and end up with 915 and say that the 400 covered the 500 makes no sense. They said bodies in little piles. They even said at the end, after they'd been there for 6 days, that they forgot to go around to the back of the pavilion and there were 500 bodies back there.
There are some people here who believe that this is the best thing that ever happened to them in their whole life.
Well, you are the one that I
like. August 19th, 1987. A lone gunman, Michael Ryan, took to the streets of Hungerford in Berkshire with an armory of weapons. In the space of 1 hour, he fired over 119 shots, killing 16 people and injuring a further 15. That one man's actions changed the lives of the people at the center of the killing spree. His devastation to their lives took less than an hour. and stayed with them for a lifetime. It was a crime that changed Britain.
I could hear gunfire, and that's not, you know, that's quite usual around here, but I knew it was the wrong type of gunfire. I knew something was wrong.
Among those killed were passers-by and a policeman who tried to reason with him.
Just said to Mum, "Oh my God, I've been shot," to which her response was, "Don't be stupid." And with that, he just opened fire on Mum's side of the car.
Many people knew the gunman, a local man in his mid-20s who collected weapons.
It's somebody that's been living within the community and somebody that would certainly have known quite a lot of his victims by sight, if not by name.
Ambulance crews had come under fire as they attempted to tend for the wounded.
You have people saying, my daughter or my son's up there and why aren't you doing anything? And people were shouting at you, but you couldn't actually put the crews at risk.
A heavily armed man walking through this quiet country town, shooting people apparently at random.
It's just going to alter everybody's perspective of life, full stop.
Michael Ryan was a 27-year-old who lived with his mum in Hungerford. His father had passed away 2 years previously. Ryan was a quiet man who kept himself to himself. He shunned socializing, instead dedicating time to his one passion, guns, spending hours down at the shooting range.
He'd never come to police notice, he wasn't known to us, and he wasn't known, in all fairness, to many people in Hungerford.
I know he had lots of different jobs and things, because my grandmother, who lived in the same road, used to gossip about everybody that lived in the street, and that was sort of coming across in conversation, you know, the things that his mother had said about him, but nothing at all to indicate anything sort of sinister really was going on.
And I don't think anybody could sort of quite believe that it was Michael Ryan, because a lot of the other people who were injured did come from Southview and they were his neighbours.
Alison Chapman was a 16-year-old living in the next road up from Michael Ryan. A resident in Hungerford all her life, she knew the area well. Alison was getting ready to return to work after having lunch at home with her mum. Carl Harris was a 21-year-old soldier on leave from the army at his parents' house across town. His family moved to Hungerford just 5 years previously.
The day started when I was out with my little brother fixing my car. I was due to go back to the army in the next couple of days, and I had to do some repairs on it.
The 19th of August was a nice sunny day, and my children were outside playing with the next door neighbours' kids, and it was just an everyday event really.
Sarah Britton had been a nurse for 12 years. Just 3 days before, she had swapped her nursing duties for a managerial role and was still finding her feet at a new hospital, the Princess Margaret, 47 miles away in Windsor. As the residents of Hungerford settle into their daily business, police in the adjoining town of Newbury are getting confused reports of an attempted armed robbery at a petrol station down the road. These calls to the police are the first indications of a gunman on the loose. In Savernake Forest, 10 miles from Hungerford, Michael Ryan marches Sue Godfrey away from her small children and shoots her 13 times. He has just claimed his first victim. He then drives to the petrol station en route to Hungerford, firing at an attendant. And now he's heading straight towards Alison Chapman and her mum. Michael Ryan has returned to Southview and set the family home on fire with the petrol he has just bought. When he returns to his car and it fails to start, he reaches breaking point. He shoots his dog. Then turns the gun on his neighbours, killing Roland and Sheila Mason and injuring Marjorie Jackson and Lisa Mildenhall.
So we thought, oh, Mum would drop me off at work, but we'll go via that way just to check that she's all right, not running around the field and hurting herself. We turned down the bottom of Clark's Gardens, which is where we lived. It's a short drive, probably about 30 seconds, not very far at all.
As Alison and her mum head towards Southview, over at the hospital, Sarah Britton is receiving sketchy reports of a serious incident unfolding in Hungerford.
gentleman that came in was the Deputy Unit General Manager. He stood in the doorway. The major incident plan had been activated.
Doctors, nurses, could I have your attention, please?
It wasn't until we were actually in the department that he briefed all the staff to say that there had been an incident at Hungerford.
Meanwhile, a concerned Alison and her mum are almost at Southview.
In front of us was a police car which was parked on the right-hand side. It was parked half up the bank, so it just looked like it had parked there out the way for passing traffic. In front of the car, our car, Michael Ryan was stood with the gun across his chest. He was in camouflage from head to toe. He just glanced towards the car, and then before me and Mum could really say an awful lot to each other, he just opened fire on the car.
Carl helps the paramedics with 4 of Michael Ryan's victims. Over 3 hours later, he heads up to the school. It is now 5:26 p.m.
And eventually got round the corner to the school, and there was a policeman stood there, a single policeman. And he's like, "Who are you?" I says, "Well, I've been chief back there. I've come round." So, "Don't worry," he says, "we've got him cornered in the school. It's all under control."
The firearms team surrounded the school, and in fact, one of the firearms officers actually then spoke to Ryan, trying to get him to give himself up. The firearms team at that stage wouldn't have known exactly how many people he had shot, but they'd certainly be aware that he had killed more than one person, and that there was every likelihood that he would try and shoot somebody else.
I looked and said, "You're telling me it's all under control, 100% under control?" He goes, "Yeah, we're all sorted." "You sure?" And he goes, "Yeah, yeah." I said, "Fine, that'll do me." Turn around and I walk back.
As dusk settles on Hungerford, the gunfire has ceased. Carl Harries is now safely with his father. Sylvia Pascoe is in the shelter of an old people's home after being ordered to run down Southview by police.
Hello, A&E.
Sarah Britton is being inundated at the hospital. Doctors are prepping for surgery after discovering a bullet lodged in Alison's back. And Michael Ryan is surrounded by police at his old secondary school.
"You are surrounded by armed police. Do as you're told, and no harm will come to you." "What about my mother?" "She's dead. I know she's dead." "I will try to find out about your mother, Mr. Ryan." "I've picked up my gun again. If only the police car hadn't turned up, if only my car had started. I'm not coming out until I know about my mother." "Mr. Ryan, I'm still trying to find out. If you come down, we'll be able to find out together."
At 6:52 p.m, after attempted negotiations for over an hour, police hear a single muffled shot from inside the school. At 8:10 p.m, just over an hour later, they enter to find Michael Ryan dead in classroom 6. The Hungerford massacre on the 19th of August 1987 will never be forgotten, but for the brave victims, residents and emergency services, they have tried hard to rebuild their lives. Sarah Britton went on to work as a service manager and is still in the health profession. Carl Harries is now a captain in the British Army. He received a commendation for his bravery.
He handed me a letter and he said, "This is from Buckingham Palace." And I said, "Oh, I've been told that I'm on the honours list and I'm getting a Queen's Commendation for bravery."
Michael Ryan took just 1 hour to leave a trail of devastation that tragic day. Before this massacre, Hungerford hadn't witnessed a murder for 111 years. With 84 rounds from his AK-47, 34 from a Beretta pistol, and 1 round from his M1 carbine, he shot 31 people, killing 16, before turning a gun on himself.
They classify Michael Ryan as a loner who lived with his mum, but I've got friends and, you know, that are loners and live with their parents. You know, that doesn't make somebody get an armoury of weapons and go out and kill a lot of people. You know, they try and psychoanalyse him, but I always say the only person that could say why he did it isn't here, and that is Michael Ryan.
As a result of the massacre, gun laws in the UK were changed to stop anyone possessing a semi-automatic weapon. Has it made a difference?
I think, yes, the measures that were brought in were as a direct response to public demand and police demand at the time. Why did a person need to possess an AK-47 sort semi-automatic rifle? I can't give a reason for that.
If people want to get their hands on guns, they will, regardless of any gun law in place. I mean, there's, you know, you could probably get one if you went somewhere and spoke to the right people within half an hour, I should think. And it sounds real cliche, it's not the guns that kill people, it's the people behind them.
This could happen in a small town in this country tomorrow. And to be honest with you, I think the people will be better equipped for it, but I don't think the response would be much better at the time because it wouldn't be expected.
Take over control of me. Oh, I want you to take over control.
This is the conspiratorial view of history, as opposed to the accidental view. And it is the conspiratorial view that we shall present in this program.
There is a conspiracy theory that a shadowy elite of international bankers are secretly controlling the governments of the world.
They say that the people that control this world could sit around one large table and have lunch.
The theory goes that these elitists plan to create an all-powerful new world order, a world government that will destroy anyone who disobeys them.
Is there a new world order? There's a new world order. Is there a new religion coming? A new religion's coming.
This is the story of a family who wanted to escape from the clutches of this tyrannical elite by moving to a mountaintop in Idaho.
Are you proud of yourself? Are you proud of yourself? You're gonna kill all the children.
The media just portrayed that we were all crazy and had landmines everywhere, and all we cared about was guns, I guess. But, I mean, I do like guns, I still do. And I did then too, but, I mean, it's not weird or crazy.
When Rachel Weaver was 2 years old, in the mid-1980s, her parents, Randy and Vicky, moved the family from Iowa City to a mountaintop in Idaho, a place that became known as Ruby Ridge. They believed that an evil elite of international bankers and media moguls was secretly controlling their increasingly tyrannical government. The move to the cabin was their way of opting out.
We wanted to kind of get out of the regular system and wanted to find a place where we could teach the kids at home, get them out of the city and out of the public school system. Government school is what I call them. And, you know, kids in the city grow up with basketballs and bicycles, and kids in the mountains or out in the country grow up with dogs and guns. It isn't about hunting or target shooting. It's for protection against a government that can become tyrannical.
The reason why I don't look at it as a big political thing is because even if I had, you know, my rifles, it's not like it's going to do me any good if the government wants to wipe me out. All he has to do is fly over in a helicopter and drop a firebomb, you know. But as far as trying to go up against the government, that's just, unless the whole country did it, I guess.
The Weaver family moved to the mountains because they were panicked by the underground videos they saw portraying their government as out of control and destroying the lives of simple people who wanted to live free. The family called this shadowy elite the New World Order. They thought that if they couldn't be left alone on top of a mountain in Idaho, where could they be left alone? One place the Weavers went to discuss politics was Aryan Nations, a hardcore neo-Nazi compound 70 miles from the cabin. Aryan Nations holds summer camps every year, and Randy used to visit, sometimes taking the children along. Aryan Nations are very specific about who they feel is in charge of the New World Order. The Weaver family were never as hardcore in their beliefs as the people at Aryan Nations. Randy and Vicky were not obsessed with hating Jews. They were not white supremacists. But they liked the neo-Nazis as people, shared their hatred for the government, and enjoyed their picnic areas and summer camp activities.
What I remember is things like the candy hunts and meeting friends in the playground and sitting around a table and you know, if we meet someone new, we'd hear new stories or something, or old friends would exchange new stories, or...
It was at Aryan Nations that the Weavers' problems began. The US government had infiltrated the compound, hoping to recruit some of the less hardcore members as undercover informants. They asked Randy to become one.
Randy said, no, I don't want to do it. You know, I moved out of the city, up on top of this mountain because you guys are all rotten. I don't want to work with you. I know what you're up to. I don't want to be a part of it. Go away. So then the government, as it is today, decided you can't say no to God, our government, so now we're going to make you serve us. So they sent a infiltrator in that was a snitch for the federal government to become friends with Randy. And you know the story about asking him to saw off 2 shotguns.
First he said machine guns. I said, I can't get to no machine guns. He says, well, how about sawed-off shotguns? They're real good. I go, oh, well, no problem. That's easy.
He grabs his file and he files it. You know, he saws the barrels off, not knowing he's violating federal law.
I totally don't understand why they even came to my dad to ask him to saw off shotguns.
Mr. Weaver, we can get you on 6 or 7 federal firearm violations, but we'd probably forego that if you'd join our team. And I just kind of, I don't think so. And he just come clear across the seat and got right in my face. He says, well, that's the way we do it, right? He says, tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock, you'll be down in Spokane Federal Building, and don't tell anybody you're coming, not even your wife. About that time, Vicki come walking out of the cabin by me and said, hey, Vic, come here. She walked over the truck and didn't remember their names and faces. They go, we got to go. Peeled out of the gravel, throwing rocks, took off. They knew I wasn't coming down Spokane the next day.
Randy was indicted on the shotgun charge, feeling that he'd been coerced into committing a crime by a tyrannical government controlled by the New World Order. He decided not to show up in court. The family buried their heads in the sand. Randy let it be known that he would not be taken off the mountain alive. A family friend called Kevin Harris moved in with them.
I knew I was going to lose. They had me set up, white supremacist, gun runner, blah, 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 and those people that they put on juries in North Idaho are the local brainwashed county, city fathers and mothers. If the government told them to go down Monday morning and get a walking license and pay $10 a year for it, they'd do it. From then on, I never left that property.
Pretty neat view, huh?
It was as if Randy and Vicky's conspiracy theories were coming true. They had moved to the mountains to escape a tyrannical government, and a tyrannical government was now coming to get them. The family took to carrying guns at all times, even the children. They became increasingly convinced that the army of the New World Order was watching them from the bushes. In fact, they were being watched from the bushes.
I have to remember they were under surveillance after a period of time because Randy tried to apprehend Randy previously and not been successful.
Due to the remoteness of his location in the mountain, it was decided that we just kind of take a wait-and-see attitude because, again, he had 3 kids up there. Of course, time went on and a year went on, and the last thing that the Marshal Service wanted to do was to get into a situation where kids could get involved, and then it still fell apart. The marshals were up there doing the same thing they've been doing off and on for the last 3 months. They had cameras up there. Of course, Randy had found one of the cameras and had destroyed it. And they got too close to the cabin. And the dogs got a scent of them. And the dogs started chasing. The deputies started running down the hill. And then the shots were fired.
If I'd had any idea that these federal marshals were doing, they was out there dinking around, I'd have never, I wouldn't have gone out there myself, but I sure as hell wouldn't have let Sam and Kevin go running and chasing that dog after federal marshals. I mean, that'd be stupid. That's just stupid. But, so I go down this logging road, down to the area they call the Y. I hear clunk, clunk, clunk. I look, and here's this guy jumps out in front of me, total cameled out. I mean, just, I saw his eyes and I saw his mouth move, and he yelled, freeze, Weaver. I said, you. I was yelling for the boys. Boys, get home, boys. It's an ambush, right? I heard Sam yell, I'm coming, Dad. Boom, 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 boom. Then it opened up.
The deputy started running down the hill. Randy Kevin Harris and Sammy Weaver started chasing them down. The dogs started coming down. They got to a Y. The deputies stopped, and shots got fired. The dog was definitely shot.
One of the agents shot Stryker in the back and hit his spine, and little Samuel, who raised the dog from a pup, saw him run around in circles yiping and then fall dead. Sammy opened fire on the agents that had shot his dog and said, "You guys killed my dog," and he opened fire and shot several times. And as it turned out, he didn't hit anybody. But then when they of course fired back at him with military rifles, these automatic fire rifles, and almost cut his left arm off. Now remember, he was about the size of a 10-year-old boy, you know, small. So they shot his left arm to where it was just hanging by the flesh, and little Samuel turned around and ran up the mountain and screamed to his dad, "I'm coming home, Dad." And at that time, my fellow officers took a MP5 machine gun and just sprayed him right up the back as he's running away and murdered him right there.
I think it was right after that, Mom said we got to go get him. And so Mom and Dad went down. Kevin went with them. And I went in the house and got Elizabeth dressed. And I never saw him. They put him in the guest shed, and Dad and Mom went in and cleaned him up and wrapped him in a sheet, I guess.
It's a bad deal. You know, I didn't give a shit about nothing after that. I still don't, pretty much.
See, I don't remember days. To me, it's just all it's like one long bad day.
Vicky Weaver wrote in her diary that night that Sam was killed while chasing the servants of the New World Order. A US Marshal had been killed, so his team called for backup. A 400-strong army descended on the cabin. They sealed off the mountain. 2 miles away, down in the valley, the neighbours began a protest at the roadblock. Martial law was declared by the state governor, who called the Weaver cabin an extreme emergency and disaster area.
Good afternoon. A federal agent has been shot and killed in a confrontation with a fugitive in North Idaho.
We started listening to the news that night. Oh, crazy bastard, you know, white supremacists murder U.S. Marshal. Yeah, right. We murdered him. Yeah, wrong. This is a big deal now. Crazy white supremacist, and they got a dead cop. Whoa, whoa, this cop is worth more than my son? I don't think so. He ain't even worth more than my dog.
Were you aware of just how many troops turned up after that?
No, hell no.
The military operation was undertaken with such stealth that besides from hearing a few sirens down in the valley, the Weaver family had no idea that their cabin was now surrounded by FBI snipers.
The next day, the other 2 dogs that we had tied up out in the yard started kind of whimpering and barking a little bit. And I thought, yep, here they come. Somebody's out there wants to talk to us. I took Sam's Mini 14, and I walked out, and bang, I got shot through the shoulder. It was like a bloody mist went out across the front of my face. I smelled that, and it went, I cussed in my mind, you know, like this, you know, this really hurts. And then I got my bearings, and I went through my mind, they're going to murder me now. They're going to kill me now.
He first took a shot at my dad and hit him in the back, came out through his armpit. And then, as they were running into the house, he shot my mother, and it went through her head and killed her, and the bullet then entered Kevin Harris. She was holding my little sister, who was 10 months old at the time.
So Vicky goes to the door while she's nursing little Alicia, pushes the door open frantically because she hears the gunfire, and here comes the whole family running in the door.
The bullet had come through the window in the door, would have went through Vicky's face here and come out this, or let's see, she was facing that way, would have come in here, out here, right over the baby's head, and into Kevin. Kevin's coming in, it went in his left arm, and the main part of the bullet broke two ribs and stopped about this far from his heart.
The family locked themselves in the cabin for over a week. Nobody but the Weavers and the FBI knew that Vicky had been killed.
How many of you against
they shoot the dog, and my brother, they ran over the dog. It's just sick.
Baby killers! You're all baby killers, you bunch of senseless bastards! All of you!
2 miles down in the valley, the protest at the roadblock had swelled to thousands. People travelled from across America to support the Weavers. The siege at Ruby Ridge lasted for 10 days. Every morning, Bo and Jack would return up the mountain to talk to the family through the cabin walls.
We're trying to calm them down, get them to stop crying, and to focus on something else other than their mother laying up underneath the kitchen table in a pool of blood. And so basically we spent the morning talking to them about the need to come out and take it to court. We knew then they had one fantastic case in court against this government. Oh my goodness. There's something in law enforcement called jury appeal. And when you machine gun a little boy running away from you and shoot a mother holding a baby in the head, you got jury appeal.
It was 11 days into the siege that Bo and Jack finally convinced the family to take their case to court.
Well, the door opens and they come out. Ah, I tell you, boy, I just about get tears in my eyes now thinking about it. It was wonderful to see these little girls take off their weapons, little tiny little girls, you know, wearing weapons against their own government. I mean, where should that be proper? And it was the saddest days of my life was spent on the top of that mountain when I realized that my fellow police officers and soldiers are capable of that, you see, that I served with. I never would have believed that, never would have believed it, you know. And so it was a great awakening for Bo and me and many of the officers up there, because when we walked down through that crowd, big guys with their military rifles and the tears coming down, streaking the face paint, you know, they were all crying, you know, that the family had come out. So it was a great experience. And that's why there's so many people today in America and people in uniform that are speaking out against this damnable world system that's being set up that will do that to people at will.
That's me and President George Bush. Some of the fringe benefits that you get being in these positions. I've had the opportunity to meet many stars, and that's me and Dolly Parton. There's me and President Ronald Reagan. Down here is a picture of Randy Weaver when we brought him off the jet shortly after we had taken custody of him. You know, in law enforcement, you always think that individual that you arrested was guilty. The jury chose another avenue, and I don't have to agree with that.
In 1994, the Weaver family files a civil suit, and 1 year later, the federal government settles for $3.1 million.
Nobody came out of Ruby Ridge looking good. I think to a sense, everybody there was a victim.
We fouled up in front of the entire world, and it should never have happened. And I think it was just a really disappointing day for the FBI.
The FBI later admits to covering up facts during the court case, and the rules of engagement are deemed unconstitutional.
The timing of the siege at Waco was no coincidence. They say it was a deliberate PR stunt designed to deflect the bad publicity they were getting for the shootings of Vicky and Sammy Weaver.
She was standing right here, right in the window, holding it open, holding the baby, saying, "Get in the house, get in the house."
And she was shot here?
Yes.
Perhaps it was no coincidence. It was 6 days into Randy Weaver's trial that the BATF announced that they were taking military action against a violent, child-abusing, gun-hoarding religious cult holed up in a compound in Texas.
Branch Davidian church members compare it to an attack on a Viet Cong village, made even more curious by the newspaper articles that had just been released.
We were trying to live in community like the early apostles did, you know, sharing all things, having things in common. That's why we live together as a family, you know.
All that remains today of the Branch Davidian Church home near Waco, Texas, is a pile of rubble and a lot of unanswered questions.
Anybody who has met any of us Davidians, Branch Davidians, has said, when we meet you, we see how intelligent, how honest, how just what you're like. And that's not the picture that's been painted in the media of what we are at all. They said cults, you know, and you've seen a picture of a building, and pictures have been painted in your minds about who we were and what we believed and what we stood for. People said we were brainwashed, we were mind controlled. Those things were not true at all. We were all there studying the Bible because we could see that David had something to teach that nobody else did.
He moved his followers from Los Angeles to Waco, Texas in 1935, purchased property near Lake Waco, and established the Mount Carmel Center. Like many survivalist groups today, the Branch Davidians began to prepare for the coming persecution. They purchased weapons for self-defense and stored food supplies to sustain them.
A lot of people vilified the Branch Davidians because they had a lot of food, they had a lot of ammo, they were sort of separatists, survivalists, waiting for Armageddon. And, you know, while you might not want that sort of person living next door to you, there's really nothing wrong with it. There's nothing illegal about it. There's nothing that...
When a disgruntled church member, Bro, was expelled for improper conduct, he went to the authorities with fabricated stories of child molesting and weapons violations.
Him having sex with underage girls and molesting children and so forth was something that was cooked up by members who were booted out for immoral behavior, and the FBI and the ATF. It was a good excuse to do what they did out at Mount Carmel.
The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms was originally established to collect taxes for the U.S. Treasury Department. Today, their mission is the disarming of the American civilian population. Therefore, the Branch Davidian Church near Waco became a target for extermination. In a display of flagrant disregard, the Waco Tribune-Herald began running a series of reports about the Branch Davidians on the same day of the ATF assault.
After I got upstairs, I heard 3 helicopters. The reason I know there were 3 because I looked out the window to see where they were, what they were doing, and they were firing on us.
With a search warrant of questionable legality, agents of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms launched a raid on the Branch Davidian Church home. It was Sunday morning, February 28, 1993, and Catherine Mattison is absolutely positive that government agents fired the first shots.
I saw and I heard it. And I was in the back of the building. That's where my room was. And they were firing toward David's room.
I was actually getting ready for worship. Bullets were coming from all directions. And I heard a voice saying, get down. And there was a baby. A little 10-year-old girl was holding her. And I took the baby from her and lay over him, put my body over the baby so that if the bullet came through, it would hit me instead of the baby.
There is corroboration for their testimony of gunfire from the helicopters. It comes from one of the Branch Davidian children who left Mount Carmel that evening and was later told by psychologist Dr. Bruce Perry.
And as I asked her, is there anything else? She took her crayon and went, and I asked what that was, and she said that was bullets.
No sooner had the dust settled than the ATF began to lie and cover up about their actions during the raid. They acted as though the Branch Davidians had come looking for them.
The main problem we had, I don't believe is that we were outmaneuvered or outplanned. The problem we had is that we were outgunned.
Fed up with the obvious lies, a young independent investigator named Ron Cole decided it was time to get involved.
Those people that I talked to that were in a position to see the helicopters indicate the helicopters fired first, whereas those that were at the front of the center couldn't see the helicopters, could hear them, but saw the agents exiting the cattle trailers. They say the first shots came from these ATF agents at the front. That's why I'm saying it seems to me the shots were fired from agents at the front and from the helicopters within seconds of each other, which means there would not have been enough time for some emergency code word to have been used or for someone else inside to fire the first shot that would have initiated simultaneous fire from the ground and from the air within seconds of each other. That indicates to me that this was planned in advance. It was a frontal assault from the ground and air support coming in from the back, simultaneous pre-planned attack.
When David Koresh saw the ATF agents piling out of the cattle trailers, he opened the front door and made an attempt to stop the attack.
I opened the front door as they were running up. Of course, you know, their tactical expertise. They've got their guns aimed and everything. They started hollering, you know, all of them hollering what they were saying. And I was already hollering. I was saying, you know, go away. You know, I was hollering, go away. There's women and children here. Let's talk.
Koresh's version of the attack was later confirmed by Brad Branch in a phone call from the McLennan County Jail.
When they jumped out, David opened the door and put his hand out and says, now hold on, we have women and children in here. And bullets started hitting the door and all through the foyer. And that's when we slammed the door.
David Koresh's father-in-law, Harry Jones, was standing behind him when he opened the front door. Jones took several bullets meant for Koresh and died about an hour later.
And I've talked to David Jones' little 6-year-old daughter, and I asked her, what did you do on February 28th? What happened? And she said that bullets took coming through the roof.
Winston Blake, who was one of the people killed inside Mount Carmel on the first day, he was found with a bullet hole through the top of his head. And he was still holding a piece of French toast.
The last shooting that day occurred around 7 p.m. and was reported by the news media in this manner.
A couple of hours ago, about 7 o'clock tonight, there was more gunfire. 3 members of the cult came out of the compound firing at ATF agents. One of the members was killed, another was taken into custody, and a third was
That news report was a complete lie. Once again, Ron Cole sets the record straight.
Mike Schroeder, Bob Kendrick, and Norman Allison were not inside Mount Carmel Center in the morning of February 28th when this raid took place. All 3 of them were at the mag bag several miles away when they heard about it on the radio. They made the decision, after hearing about the raid, to try to get back home. Mike Schroeder had his wife, his baby boy inside. Nobody knew who was alive or dead or what had happened exactly. Mike Schroeder attempted a mad dash from off the property, trying to get over this fence and to the paint shop on Mount Carmel. Mike ran towards this fence, and although he was unarmed, well, he was armed with nothing but a stun gun. Darrell Dyer emptied his 30-round submachine gun magazine into Mike, striking him 7 times in the back.
There was a business that David was conducting with selling firearms.
Paul Fata and David Koresh sold guns and other merchandise at gun shows, as do many gun dealers. This was a perfectly legitimate enterprise and gave David Koresh a chance to talk to people about his religious beliefs.
I met a guy one time real briefly at a gun show a couple of years ago. I was passing out flyers, and he wanted to talk guns in the Bible, so
The ATF wasn't looking for Bibles when they raided Mount Carmel, but they should have known that most of the guns were in Austin with Paul Fata. Guns may not have been the only thing the ATF was looking for.
Jeff Little was an analyst, a computer analyst.
Branch Davidians Jeff Little and Wayne Martin had been conducting their own investigation of the ATF using computers located inside Mount Carmel.
I think that the possibilities for Jeff Little and Wayne Martin to have been able to tap into information concerning the ATF or any other part of the federal government would be very high. I saw some information. They were collecting information on all of the ATF activities over the last several years.
Evening settled in over the dark hills of central Texas, and the long siege began. 51 days of terror, 51 days of darkness and hope and frustration, and all of America lived through it. Never before in the history of law enforcement had so many personnel exerted so much effort for so little reason. The search warrant primarily listed conversion kits, which may have altered an AR-15 assault rifle, which might have been installed by the Branch Davidians, which could have created an illegal machine gun. To make such a weapon legal, a $200 tax must be paid. Therefore, the ATF and FBI ultimately spent $7 million in order to collect $200.
The standoff continues in Waco this evening.
A KGBS radio personality wants to take a van into the compound with 2 surgeons to treat any wounded Branch Davidians.
We're treating these people as we treat prisoners of war. Prisoners of war get medical attention. Nobody is receiving medical attention in there.
Why did they kill Randy Weaver's wife? Why did they kill Randy Weaver's 14-year-old son by shooting him in the back 4 times? Our government has gone amok. The FBI, and particularly the ATF. That's the problem. The first article they wrote says in the article they have a 50 caliber machine gun. Well, they've never been able to find that 50 caliber machine gun. I'm just saying what the ATF did was illegal. Why are they coming into our state the way they're coming in here and just acting like a bunch of renegades? The entire Branch Davidians were hostages of the ATF. They didn't surrender. They were leaving their homes when they left.
Ron Engelman was outraged over the attack on this peaceful religious commune. The siege was underway, and Ron wanted to help.
Monday morning, I decided I'm going to tear him a new ass, the ATF.
Some of the Branch Davidian children were sent out in exchange for the FBI allowing a message from David Koresh to be broadcast over Dallas station KRLD.
My Father, my God who sits on the throne in heaven, has given me a book of 7 seals. In Revelation 10, verse 7 of this sealed book.
At that night, as he was able to broadcast and give messages over the radio, in order for him to do that, he would have to force 2 or 3 children to leave their home, to leave their parents, and go into the custody of the same people that had just killed a number of those inside, had wounded a number of those inside, had terrorized everyone inside, and had now had the place surrounded, and these little children were forced to leave their home and go into the hands of those people. I don't know if I would allow my child to do that. That may be one of the reasons they didn't come out.
The Branch Davidians did not leave Mount Carmel following the broadcast of David Koresh's sermon. The FBI said that David had lied to them. But later, Sheila Martin told us the actual reason for not coming out.
That's one of the reasons David stayed in. He knew that the land would become ours, free and clear, my understanding is.
On or about March the 22nd, 1988, a Waco judge issued a verbal order that the Branch Davidians must occupy the 77-acre plot of land continuously for a period of 5 years. Then it would become legally theirs. The 5-year period would not expire for another 20 days. Inside Mount Carmel were about 100 people. They represented a diverse racial and cultural mix of nationalities, all there for one purpose only, to study the Bible. Their leader, of course, was David Koresh. Contrary to what the FBI told us, David never claimed to be Jesus Christ.
Vernon Howell thinks he's the Lamb of God, when all he is a chief thug who interprets the Bible.
Whatever you may think of David Koresh, just remember that your opinion was established by the FBI, which had a tremendous stake in villainizing him.
The persons who follow true religion follow a message, a ministry. Persons who follow a cultic leader follow a man, a messenger, a person. And it's
mainstream religious leaders such as Dr. Jerry Falwell joined the government's critical view of David Koresh.
My main object was following truth. It was not following a person.
Their religious beliefs, that's their belief. I mean, each person's religion is his own business. I mean, just like each person's politics is. I mean,
we had no evidence, so it was a very frustrating time for us.
Talk about this sex business there. I mean, with the underage girls. I don't know whether that's true or fact, or whether that's just. I mean, you know, all I know is what I read in the paper and see on TV. And the Child Protective Agency was out there several times, and they couldn't find nothing wrong. So, I mean, you know, I don't know what the, you know, where all this stuff comes from.
The siege wore on, and all communication with the outside world was cut off.
But an FBI ban on contact with the media isn't keeping talk show host Ron Engelman from trying to reach the cult leader. Tuesday morning, he asked compound members over the air to move their satellite dish if they were listening to him.
And about 2 minutes later, Ken comes back on the phone and says, the dish moved. They're listening to you.
Then a caller to Engelman's show suggested a more visible sign.
If they put a weird flag out that second-story window or something, it's going to get somebody's attention.
Shortly after noon, a white flag appeared at the second-floor window and stayed there for half an hour.
And down the halls going, they're listening, move the satellite dish. You know? It was a very high moment. It was very exciting. I just remember everybody just being so overwhelmed with joy that someone was listening, you know, that we could communicate somehow to people. They'd cut us off.
The longer they negotiate, the more the people can come out. Koresh, I don't know. He is strongly delusionary, very paranoid. He's locked in. I don't know if they'll get him out or not.
Okay, Koresh.
From the very first day, the news media deliberately sought out only those persons with ill feelings towards the Branch Davidians, and David Koresh in particular. All that time, living right here in Waco was a gentleman who was not prejudiced and knew them well.
I am Dewey Millay. I am a naturopathic doctor. I have lived in Waco about 6.5 years. About 5 years ago, I had some Branch Davidians come to me for nutritional health, and they became my patients, as it were.
Dr. Dewey Millay believes the media is heavily influenced by government, almost to the point of actual control.
People who look at this have got to look at television and say, now, why are they telling me this? Is this a lie? And that will go a long way to educate the American people of knowing how to watch the news. People ask me, why watch Dan Rather? Because I like to see what he's telling the American people. Why is he telling me this? And 9 times out of 10, there's an agenda behind it. They're going to do something to us or for us in some way we're not going to be too happy about. They can't trust them at all. We saw what they did here at Mount Carmel. We watched the press conference every day, and most generally we have found that they contradict themselves or they told an out-and-out lie.
ATF agents attempted to arrest the head of the cult, a 33-year-old man who claims to be Christ.
He's been described as a beer-drinking guitar player with 15 wives. He claims to be Jesus Christ.
They have homemade explosives, semi-automatic and automatic weapons, hand grenades, grease guns.
One of the latest reports we had was that there was nitroglycerin in ponds.
There would be absolutely no reason in the world to keep nitroglycerin down there. It's ridiculous.
The FBI had taken control of this scene, and media was told to pack up and move several miles away to the roadblock and out of sight of the Davidian compound.
The FBI said news reporters were moved back out of concern for their safety. What about safety for this cameraman during the race riot at the Dallas Cowboys victory parade? Who's concerned for the safety of this news crew in Palestine's West Bank or this recent student uprising in Paris? How about the news crew shooting this little New World Order police action? Aren't they in danger of being shot at? The communist Chinese government did the same thing shortly before the massacre at Tiananmen Square.
They didn't care whether they killed those people or not. They ran all the reporters out so there wouldn't be any witnesses. Same thing that they did down in Waco. In other parts of China, all they knew was what the government was telling them. They had heard that these people in Tiananmen Square were a bunch of bad people, a bunch of revolutionaries, and as far as they knew, the government did the right thing.
A license is permission from the government to do something that would otherwise be illegal.
Bob Boaz is a Christian educator and professional media observer.
The federal government's in a position to control the flow of information in this country in a way that has never existed on the face of this earth, and it's done through federal regulatory agencies. The Federal Communication Commission does control what goes out over the airways, both on radio and television. There have been instances of radio stations burning up, of licenses not being renewed, of radio stations and television stations being audited by the IRS to the point they couldn't conduct their business.
As the stressors are continually applied to him, he does seem to retreat more and more. We are concerned that he's perhaps going through a mental decompensation and that he is, in fact, becoming more delusional.
1 month after the deadly raid, agents moved closer to the compound, but not to a resolution.
Agents say Koresh has prearranged suicide pacts with followers.
The same thing happened at Jonestown in Guyana in 1978.
He has to be slain, and there has to be a sufficient number of martyrs. Those of his followers also have to be slain.
During the siege at Mount Carmel, FBI agents made repeated references to Jonestown, instilling the idea of mass suicide in the minds of the American public.
Anti-cult propaganda never changes. In our day, one way to quickly demonize someone in the press in such a way that they'll never be able to recover their public image and their credibility is to accuse them of being a child molester. And that was done in Koresh's case.
White has studied the Jim Jones case for many years. He believes the Jonestown tragedy was not a mass suicide.
The FBI, right after the fire, at its press conference, said that what had happened in Waco was another Jonestown.
Jim Jones wanted absolute control over every person in that compound, and he had it. The same thing is going on right now with Koresh in the compound in Waco. You know, I see...
Ross is a deprogrammer for the Cult Awareness Network, which provided ATF officials with all those catchy phrases like child abuse, child sacrifice, illegal weapons, slavery, threats of mass destruction, and the alleged suicide pact. The history of the Cult Awareness Network, however, bears a closer examination. In 1959, Fidel Castro overthrew Batista and seized power in Cuba. Almost immediately, the CIA began plotting his assassination. One suggestion was the use of mind-altering drugs to make Castro go crazy during a speech, thereby losing his credibility with the Cuban people. Operation MK Ultra was initiated with the help of psychiatrists Drs. Margaret Singer and Lewis West. CIA operative Dr. Margaret Singer was the founder of the American Family Foundation.
Jones had strong ties to the new left of the 70s, to persons like Huey Newton of the Black Panthers and to Dennis Banks of the American Indian Movement. And his church, the People's Temple, was by his own description, a Marxist organization.
The leader of this Marxist organization, Jim Jones, had a boyhood friend named Dan Mitrione, who eventually went to work for the CIA, specializing in brainwashing techniques. In 1973, another CIA operator, George Blakey, made the initial $650,000 deposit on the land in Guyana, which became Jonestown. At the same time, Operation MK Ultra began directing its attention on religious cults.
There have been many allegations over the years that in some way the CIA's MK Ultra program may have been involved in what happened at Jonestown, and that perhaps in this way Jones was manipulated through drugs or hypnosis.
After the tragedy at Jonestown in 1978, Dr. Margaret Singer's American Family Foundation changed its name to the Cult Awareness Network.
So it's ironic that Jonestown, which the FBI used to explain away what happened in Waco, was itself a likely conspiracy.
900 people died in the steamy jungle of Guyana, so 100 more on the plains of central Texas wouldn't matter. When you have no regard for human life, numbers are not important.
None of those survived. They were on the east side, away from the camera.
They stated that they saw 25 to 30 survivors, and this was in fact confirmed.
What we know is on the flip side that there are between 25 and 30 survivors.
We have several witnesses that say that they saw 25 to 30 people exiting out these double doors in this cafeteria. One of the people that survived the fire and is currently under indictment says that he came out that door with Jimmy Riddle and that these people were gunned down in cold blood as they tried to escape.
I believe from what we hear, the rumors we hear, that obviously they didn't go back in the fire of their own choice, and they didn't come out of the fire, so something had to happen to them, and yeah, I think they were murdered.
Nobody wants to admit that their government could possibly be guilty of such a thing, but based on what I found out here over the past 5 months, I have no choice but to say that they were.
Read the names of all of those that lost their lives here during that 51 days. Cyrus Howell, David Koresh, Rachel Howell, Star Howell, Sherry Jewell, David Jones, Perry Jones, Michelle Jones, Serenity C. Jones, Bobby Lane Koresh, Steve Schneider, Judy Schneider, Mayana Schneider, Sonia Murray, Douglas Wayne Martin, Wayne Martin Jr., Anita Martin, Sheila Renee Martin, Lisa Martin, Floyd Hubbard, Peter Gent, John McBean, Peter Hipsman, Ulrich Scott Sonobi, Beverly Elliott, Laura Cita Sonobi, Susan Benta, Lisa Sherry Doyle, Pablo Cohen, Raymond Fryson, Kathy Andrade, Jennifer Andrade, Chanel Andrade, Mike Schroeder, Sandra Hardile. The following names we don't have the last names of: Stone, Sonia, Rebecca, Dabo, and a pair of unnamed twins. BATF agents also lost their lives here, and we're here to memorialize all of those that lost their lives. The following BATF agents: Stephen Willis, Robert J. Williams, Conway LeBeau, Todd McKenna.
April 19th, 1995, in downtown Oklahoma City, multiple bombs ripped through the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. And as usual, federal fingerprints were all over this tragic event.
The department is reporting that a second explosive device has been found in the A.P. Murrah building in downtown Oklahoma City. Mike, you're still with us, aren't you?
Yes, I am, and I might tell you in addition to that, in fact, what we were told at the scene a few minutes ago was that, in fact, 2 different explosive devices were found in addition to the one that went off.
So a total of 3,
A total of 3.
Now confirmed through federal authorities that a second bomb has been found inside that federal building in Oklahoma City. It was an explosion at 9 o'clock this morning that did that damage you're looking at right there, blowing off the entire north face of that building. Again, you're looking at the north face there. A second bomb was found on the east side of that building. A bomb squad is on the scene. That second bomb has not exploded. We don't know quite the status yet, if they've managed to defuse it, but it has been confirmed that a second bomb was found on the east side.
What I have is that one device was deactivated. Apparently there's another device, and obviously whatever did the damage to the Murrah building was a tremendous, very sophisticated explosive device.
So President Clinton just called Governor Frank Keating, and he says that 3 FBI anti-terrorist teams are en route to Oklahoma City. Right now, they are saying that this is the work of a sophisticated group. This is a very sophisticated device, and it has to have been done by an explosives expert. Obviously, with this type of explosion.
The medical teams downtown are unable to get into the wreckage to retrieve more of the injured because of the presence of other bombs in the area.
For the next hour, we're joined by the makers of A Noble Lie, Chris Emery and James Lane.
Absolutely, Alex, and that's one thing that we saw with the underwear bomber. Kurt Haskell, in his first radio interview, said that he knew that there was something wrong with the official story of 9/11, and he was determined not to allow a cover-up to happen with the underwear bomber. So I think that that shows that we are having an effect, the entire, activist community in getting the message out and maybe stopping these events from happening. That's what's important about this documentary, A Noble Lie. We show the methodology that they use to cover up these events and use them to steer, the geopolitical ends. What you're going to get from this documentary is information, whether you know everything about the Oklahoma City bombing or nothing. You're going to walk away with something new, because we cover the information that was garnered in the early years of the investigation from the Oklahoma Bombing Investigation Committee, and then we get further into it with the new information that's come out from Jesse Trinidad and his FOIA requests.
Continue.
Go ahead. One good perspective we got on this, Alex, is that here's a whole new generation that has literally grown up since the event happened. And they are the ones that the seeds are being planted on by the corrupt people such as Mr. Shapiro, our current administration, Eric Holder. These people wake up in the morning and have no compunction with lying about this case. It's just absolutely shocking and disgusting. What we want to do is present the generation that was living at the time and the new generation with the correct information so they can make sound decisions and realize, you know what, we're still being lied to about this case.
And that's why the truth's still important, you know, almost 17 years after the fact. These people are still in positions of power today. They still have the ability to perpetrate another event like this. And this is what we're trying to hope for here with the movie, is to get some justice, you know, the deserved administering of punishment to the people that were involved. That's why we chose the title, A Noble Lie. That's from Plato's The Republic. It's a lie told by the elite to maintain social harmony or the position of the elite. And that's what we see happen here, is that, you know, this, whether or not you think, whatever level you think that the federal government had it involved here, it is very obvious that there was a cover-up, and they used this for their own political purposes. You know, there was a great movement at that time against globalization. All of the agenda was completely stalled. You had, you know, patriots all over the country that were trying to restore the Constitution. There was legislation that was trying to be passed, anti-terrorism legislation. You cover that in the film. And all that was stalled. After the Oklahoma City bombing, if you mentioned anything about, you know, restoring the Constitution or the fighting the expansion of the police state powers, now you're a McVeigh. It was used to silence everybody. And we see that as a precursor to 9/11 and the Patriot Act. This is a methodology that they use over and over again. And Oklahoma City, I think, is one of the best cases that we can use to expose their methodology, because there's so many holes in the case. It's so easy to tear it apart. What we tried to do with this is boil it down to just the most provable essence.
Well, I think we should elaborate on the press, Alex, and what you had brought up. Melissa Cleansing was the news director for Channel 4, KFOR in Oklahoma City, the morning of the bombing. And up to a year following the case, she said, and one of her famous quotes was, "There's not one person in Oklahoma City that believes that Timothy McVeigh blew up the E.P. Murrah building by himself." The New York Times swept in, bought out Channel 4. They did not renew the contract for the news director, and one of the top, I think one of the top beat reporters, Jana Davis, that actually investigated this case. That is a clear sign that the media does control the stories and the way they want to. They will literally go out and buy out a station or a newspaper. So if your listeners are in any doubt that that happens, it continues to happen. We've seen it firsthand right here in Oklahoma City. The blast pattern of the building clearly shows that there was contact charges. There are sources that came forward that we're going to elaborate on, that some were not included in the movie, that heard both the FBI and other law enforcement officers say, look, there were swabs, there were actually samples that were taken off of the columns that clearly show that there was C4 that dismantled those columns.
Yeah, we've got Brigadier General Parton interviewed in the documentary, and he did an excellent analysis saying that there had to be additional ordnance inside the building. He actually showed where they would have to be placed.
And he came and warned people at the time. When he saw it in the news, he saw the blast points on columns further away from columns that weren't damaged right up by the truck. You have the seismographs, the reports, the recordings, the ATF showing up seconds after, police being suspicious about it. I mean, it just goes on and on.
Exactly, and we've got witnesses, actual survivors from the building. I mean, who are you going to believe, the FEMA report or the actual survivors that were in the building? They said that the building was coming down 8 to 10 seconds before the truck bomb went off. I mean, to the point where the building was shaking and they thought it was an earthquake, and they had enough time to get under their desk, you know, before the glass
Jane
blew
Graham
in.
heading up HUD, as you know, we've interviewed her, she's in your film. Jane Graham saw them the day before wiring the building, a bunch of feds, and thought it was telephone men. I mean, they were just all over the place doing it.
Yeah, and if the FEMA report says that that blast wave was traveling at 1,300 feet per second, you explain to me how the glass blows in, you know, and they've got 8 to 10 seconds before that to actually get under their desk. It's just nonsense. We've got a quote from Dr. Samuel Cohen, the inventor of the neutron bomb, saying that it doesn't matter how much ammonium nitrate and fuel oil was used, it would be against the laws of physics for it to create the blast pattern that it did. We've got an Eglin Air Force Base report. The Air Force reconstructed the event. They used the barrels, and they said that the gap between the barrels actually canceled out most of the blast and pushed it upwards. They created one single larger bomb, set it off to a weaker, next to a weaker structure, and it did less damage. It was the final analysis from that report that there had to be additional ordnance inside the building.
And by the way, the ATF, when was it they blew up their own Ryder truck to their own test right before?
It was in the months before in the deserts of New Mexico. That's correct. Almost identical.
I mean, these people are, and of course, Terrence Yakey, the police officer, knew that, but we know what happened to him.
That was very unfortunate. A year and 3 weeks after the bombing, he was found brutally murdered about a mile and a half from the front gate of the El Reno Penitentiary. That's 32 miles west of downtown Oklahoma City. He walked nearly a mile from his vehicle, and just multiple deep lacerations to the arms and the neck, rope burns on the neck, handcuff scars on the wrists. And they said that he shot himself next to a tree.
It was actually, the death blow was a wound that came down from the top of his head through the bottom of his jaw at a distance far enough away not to leave powder burns, you know. And then his death is called a suicide. They don't do an autopsy, you know. And his family said that he wasn't suicidal. He was getting promotions. He was getting the key to the city. He had reconciled with his wife. He had everything to live for. And when they questioned that it was called a suicide, they said, well, you guys are paranoid. You watch too much television.
Just took a look down the street at the Morrow building again. I see another bomb truck going, so apparently they're going to try to get out that third bomb that's been talked about. Still a lot of activity around the Morrow building. Security concerns that another one still might go off.
Fortunately, it didn't, because the second device that they found, we understand, was even more powerful than the first. They then found a third device, and you can see the look on this woman's face at the fear that she might have to go through the same thing again. They then found a third device, which was also larger than the first. Hard to feel lucky at this point, but certainly through some good work by some munitions experts and the explosive sniffing dogs, further tragedy has almost certainly been averted here.
But it was a great stroke of luck that we actually have got diffused bombs. It's through the bomb material that we will be able to track down who committed this atrocity.
It would have been an incredible help to have been able to get a hold of those unexploded bombs. Unfortunately, the BATF, according to police and firefighter testimony, were inside removing them and spiriting them away because they had to keep their story straight that there was only one bomb, a truck bomb. Out of hundreds of people we interviewed, we couldn't find a single person who said they'd heard only one explosion.
But, you know,
Did you live here, Charles, at the time of the bomb?
I live here. I work right here in this building. I was at work. I was at work.
Did you feel it?
Yeah, I thought this building was blowing up.
How many blasts did you feel?
2.
And how far apart were they?
Oh, probably about boom, and then it's boom.
It's a historical fact, part of the public record, that there were multiple devices inside the Oklahoma City building, and that there were at least 2 explosions. The emergency radio transmission transcripts show clearly that the police and firefighters were on the record witnessing the BATF removing unexploded devices. But you see, we have the actual scientific fact. We have the University of Oklahoma's own seismograph reports, as well as the U.S. Geological Survey reports. 2 different scientific institutions showing multiple explosions. But you see, McVeigh would have had accomplices, and that didn't fit in to the federal story, especially if the reality showed that it had to be somebody who had access to a federal building for long extended periods of time.
The system wasn't working. Going through the system didn't work. I did everything that they advised me to do. It didn't do any good.
Hoppy Heidelberg was an upstanding member of the community with no criminal record. He'd been a grand juror for years. But when he started asking questions about the Middle Eastern connection and FBI prior knowledge and BATF involvement, the FBI actually came to his house brandishing firearms and told him to shut his mouth if he knew what was good for him. When he refused to be part of the cover-up and demanded that he be able to call witnesses as his right as a grand juror, the judge kicked him off the case. Just one more piece of this massive cover-up.
The News Channel has learned of another strange development. Apparently, before the bombing,
Governor Frank Keating's brother, Mark, had been working on a novel about a terrorist bombing in Oklahoma City. Stranger still, one of the characters in the novel was named Thomas McVeigh.
Governor Frank Keating's brother, Martin Keating, wrote The Final Jihad. In the book, Tom McVeigh masterminds the bombing of the Oklahoma City building. He dedicated the book to the Knights of the Secret Circle, a known Illuminati group. And he wrote the book 2 years before the bombing. The tragic events of Oklahoma City, if the truth was known to the public, makes it even more tragic, even more horrific. You see, it's now a monument to the police state, a monument to the sacrifice the government made of American lives, of American blood, of American tears, as an excuse to get the feds to be able to circle the wagons against the American people, to have a pretext, an excuse to expand their police state. They covered the whole operation up. It's clear that they had prior knowledge that multiple bombs were detonated on the inside of the building, that the feds have grabbed the 12 surveillance camera tapes and are refusing to release them, even in 2002. Threatening grand jurors, destroying the building and burying it under guard. The federal government blamed this tragic event on Christians, conservatives, gun owners. But if you look at the evidence, it's clear who's behind it, the federal government. And they use this, just like Hitler used the Reichstag, to get martial law cranking in America.
$62 million is coming to Oklahoma soon to help anti-terrorism and disaster relief efforts.
Government crime certainly does pay, especially when it's government-sponsored terrorism against its own institutions. That's right, the BATF locally got tens of millions of dollars extra funding, but so did every other federal agency that tries to control the American people. $24 billion increase in anti-terrorism funds. And after September 11th, they've now tripled that. And, of course, the BATF ensured that the building was completely demolished, so there couldn't be any evidence of their heinous acts. And that's right, ladies and gentlemen, they actually buried the building under guard at a private landfill with Wackenhut guards protecting it. From A to Z, federal fingerprints all over it, and doing everything they can to suppress the truth. For Bill Clinton, the servant of the New World Order, whose approval rating exploded after the attack, and his attack dog, the butcher of Waco, Reno. She was very happy to blame it on Christians and conservatives and gun owners. It was her excuse to expand federal control over local police and to merge the military with the police in new giant anti-terrorism training camps where the military and the police prepare for mass gun confiscation and extermination of the American people.
On the morning of March the 13th, 1996, the city of Dunblane in Scotland was changed forever.
A middle-aged loner fixated on youngsters, guns and his own grievances
killed 16 children and their teacher.
And then committed suicide.
That will go down in history as one of the worst massacres ever.
Nobody had planned for anything like this in Dunblane.
There's just so many people crying and panicked.
16 children and their teacher were brutally shot and murdered at Dunblane Primary School before the perpetrator turned the gun on himself.
The lasting image for me would be being in among the crowd of frantic parents. Life changed completely and forever for these people, and I was a part of that, and it's something you never forget.
A senseless crime so devastating it sent shockwaves across the world as people reeled with the loss and called for urgent changes in gun laws, making this a crime that shook Britain.
Evil visited us yesterday, and we don't know why. We don't understand it, and I guess we never will.
In 1996, Thomas Hamilton stormed into a local primary school and opened fire. In an unprovoked attack, a class were targeted with horrific consequences. In this program, we tell the inside story.
After I'd been at work for 2 hours, a colleague came to my office door and asked if I'd heard anything about a shooting at Dunblane High School.
What's happened?
He then corrected himself and said primary school. He'd had a phone call from one of our students. He'd heard on the radio about a shooting.
He says, oh, there's been an incident in Dunblane, there's been a shooting, it's on the news.
I remember just a typical news day with the TVs on, and then telephones started to ring and people were saying something's happened at Dunblane, there's been a shooting at a primary. Nobody was really sure of what was going on. Somebody was saying kids have been shot.
The residents of Dunblane have been stunned by horrific news. Initial reports claim of a shooting in the local primary school, but information was limited. Only 2 hours earlier, Mick North had dropped his 5-year-old daughter, Sophie, off for her classes. Martin Dunn had said goodbye to his daughter, Charlotte, in the school playground. After hearing of the incident, they desperately try to find out exactly what has happened.
I got back towards Dunblane and it was chaos. I mean, the roads were jammed. I ended up parking on the local Tesco's car park, made my way up to the school on foot. There was lines of police officers there asking who your child was, what year she was in, and people were then being sent one way or another.
I didn't really panic at that time. I was obviously worried and concerned, but no one had any information. And I waited until somebody else came along and asked if I would like to have a lift back to Dunblane. And I said, yes, I probably should go.
So if there's trouble, we're going up there, come on.
Immediately we were dispatched a team of reporters, and we had the features editor of the record, Alan Riney. He had 2 kids at Dunblane. He was from Dunblane, so he was obviously immediately, the whole office was turned out. Nobody knows who's been shot, whether it's teachers or whatever. So you had a sense of terror.
We didn't really have any information to go on. So it wasn't until we got close to the school that it was apparent that this was something major.
By the time the parents reached the school, crowds of concerned residents were forming, and the world's media was already descending.
I got sent at that time across the road to a house the other side of the school. I was told to go there, and when I got there, my wife was already inside waiting. We just started to sit and wait till the parents came along, and then we suddenly realised this was all the one particular class.
Eventually, somebody came in and said that the incident only concerned one class, and that was Mrs. Mayer's. And perhaps it was only then that I started getting really concerned.
Gwen Mayer had a class of 30 pupils, 5- and 6-year-olds that included Sophie and Charlotte.
Dunblane Primary School was one of the largest in Scotland, so there were over 600, nearly 700 pupils there. So the chances that your own child has been affected by anything are quite small. But, of course, as soon as you're told that it only affects her class, then everything changes.
He came through the door, just banged the door right open, and from the moment he approached the adults first and he walked towards me and started shooting, and it never stopped for the next 3 minutes. 3.5 minutes of carnage.
He was carrying 743 rounds of ammunition. School had a roll of about 700 pupils, so there was enough ammunition there to kill every single person in that school.
It was an eerie atmosphere, just like numb, and people coming out, kids coming out crying. There was obviously some parents there coming to get their kids out. Because I was with Alan and because he had children at the school, he was able to go through the police lines, and I went with him right into the school. I will remember for the rest of my life being struck by the cloakroom. All these wee pegs, which are only at the height of 5- and 6-year-olds. But in this cloakroom was all these wee coats hanging.
A terrible set of circumstances has occurred at Dunblane Primary School this morning.
The community in Dunblane has been devastated by tragic news. Early reports tell of a shooting in the local primary school. Parents rush to their children, but are told little else, only that one class is affected. As concerned residents and the world's media descend, frantically trying to discover what has happened, affected families have been ushered into the school staff room.
Here in Dunblane, a scene of hell and damnation is how...
As the families tried desperately to absorb what had happened to them, details of the massacre began to unfold.
Was it in one classroom, sir?
It was in a gymnasium.
A crazed gunman had committed the most horrific crime against 16 innocent children. He was identified by police as 43-year-old unemployed former shopkeeper and scout leader Thomas Hamilton. Just a few hours earlier, he had travelled 7 miles from his house in nearby Stirling to the primary school with a premeditated plan.
He'd hired a rental van the day before, and he drove it to Dunblane and was seen parking the vehicle in the school car park at about 9:30. He then cut telephone wires. It's assumed that he thought he was cutting the wires to the school. In fact, he cut them to local houses, so the school's telephone actually still worked. He then went into the school. No one is exactly sure how he got in. Dunblane Primary School, a rambling building, lots of different entrances, but he wasn't seen going in.
250 of the school's pupils had attended assembly that morning. Once Hamilton realised he'd missed his intended target, he fired a bullet into the stage and one into the girls' toilets nearby.
He then walked in. He was pointing the gun. He shot at the adults, and then he shot at the children.
Gwen Mayer, Eileen Harold and Mary Blake were just about to start their gym class with the pupils. Hamilton opened fire as soon as he entered the hall. They had no time to react.
There were 3 teachers in the gym that morning. Gwen Mayer was shot and killed immediately. The other 2 teachers were badly injured but managed to get into a storeroom, and some children who survived the shooting managed to get in there with them, and they hid in there, hoping that Hamilton wouldn't find them. At one point he actually went out of the gym, fired at a couple of other classes, before coming back in, shooting again, and then finally killing himself.
The children and their teacher who were murdered received 58 gunshot wounds. A further 10 pupils were seriously wounded. Only 2 children out of the whole class escaped without injury. The outpouring of grief over the next few days was unprecedented, as news of the mass murder rippled across the globe.
Dunblane had become the centrepiece of the world. Donations and cards started to flow in. Goodwill from all around the world was sent. The press intrusion at the time didn't really affect us because we were being guarded, but you saw people being interviewed in the street.
As the once peaceful Scottish town became the focal point of the world, the people of Dunblane demanded answers. What had driven this man to commit this horrific act of violence, and how was it allowed to happen?
Within the first evening, people knew that this guy was everybody knew his name, and people knew he was a kind of oddball character.
On the day, he got 4 weapons with him, 4 weapons which he had licences for. And he had 1,500 rounds of ammunition in a bag. Why does anyone need 1,500 rounds of ammunition in a house? Why does anyone need 4 handguns? Of varying calibers.
And as parents learnt more about Hamilton's background, further warning signs began to emerge.
We learned that at least one police officer had recommended that those guns should have been taken away from him, that he shouldn't have held a firearms licence. That recommendation was ignored by senior officers.
Steps had been taken. He'd been reported to the police. They'd taken no action previously. Looking back, I wished obviously somebody had stepped in a lot earlier and prevented this person from doing what he did on the day.
Of the 28 recommendations put forward, the inquiry suggested more communication between police forces and more powers to question those holding a gun licence.
One area that was of particular concern to us only in retrospect was the involvement of the police, both in the licensing of of Thomas Hamilton's firearms, and also in their conduct on the day.
14 months after the Dunblane massacre, a change in legislation was finally introduced.
The first Firearms Amendment Act, which banned the larger caliber handguns, came in about a year after the Dunblane shootings. The second act, which banned the smaller caliber handguns, became law later on in 1997. So that's 18 months or so from the awful events at Dunblane to getting a ban on the private ownership of handguns.
Hamilton clearly had issues. The inquiry revealed that a week before the tragedy, he had written a letter to the Queen complaining he'd been branded a pervert and protesting his innocence.
Why Dunblane Primary School? Why that day? No one's ever going to know. It does, in a way, fit a pattern of mass killing.
The community of Dunblane has tried hard to move on from the tragedy. Shortly after the mass murder, the gymnasium at the primary school was demolished.
Did no one know that this was going on?
Yes, they did. Yes. There were junior police officers who tried to get Hamilton stopped over and over again. I mean, this, and that was all covered up at the inquiry. There's a 20-year history on this man.
Now I'm starting to think that, is it possible that some government officials were hooked into him?
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely, absolutely. And in fact, there was a newspaper report a couple of weeks ago that was about another. It was a murder of a young girl about 20 or 30 years ago, and the report was actually about this girl and the man who allegedly killed her. But there's a mention in this article about a network that operated in Scotland who called themselves the Untouchables, and Hamilton was part of this network. He was a driver. He was a driver particularly for a senior police officer with Central Scotland Police, who he took to sex clubs and other events around Scotland. This was a man who was getting away with murder long before the murders on the 13th of March.
Well, if some powerful people were dealing with him for their own tawdry interests.
He was a supplier.
Yeah.
I think he wasn't just a supplier of images, of pornography. I think he supplied boys as well. And I think, yes, Hamilton was involved with a network of people in the Scottish judiciary. I mean, the Scottish Crown Office have gone out of their way to keep the truth about Thomas Hamilton's background and the truth about the massacre concealed.
That this may have fit a pattern that is taking place globally and is not so much an isolated incident.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, I think I've been quite naive. I've resisted the shooters in Great Britain. Obviously, you know, immediately there was the handgun ban after Dunblane. And these guys, you know, nearly 60,000 of them, still very aggrieved, and understandably so. They were made out to have been guilty of this crime, when clearly they weren't. And they gave me all this stuff about how the intention of the British government to disarm the population, you know, from the beginning of the last century. Police officer present, when they got there, because they were the first ambulance crew there, and my colleagues told me that they were met by this man who said he was an off-duty cop. And he just said to me, oh yes, that was Grant McCutcheon. And I just stored that name in the back of my head, you know, and I thought, well, one day this might be useful. And when I got a copy of his statement, it was quite clear to me why they'd hidden his statement, because his evidence directly contradicts the evidence given by the janitor and by the scene of crime officer.
Well, how do they differ? What did the janitor say he found, and what did the off-duty officer state?
The off-duty police officers, it really is extremely revealing. I mean, he We were told by the scene of crime officer that Hamilton had 4 holsters round his waist, and there were 4 guns. The off-duty police officer, Grant McCutcheon, said there was just 1 holster. You have to remember, he would have given his statement not aware that the scene of crime officer was going to come in and say something different. So he told what he saw, and it's actually a very detailed statement. I mean, it's about 14, 15 pages long. I mean, because he gives so much detail about everybody he passed while he was in the school dropping off his child at nursery. As I say, he was on a day off from his work as a police officer. And he gives so much detail of everybody he passed as he was running to the gym that you can't really doubt him. And actually, I'd since spoken to the man, so I don't doubt him at all. But he said, yes, there was 1 holster, there was only 2 guns, and both the guns were pistols. There was no revolver present on the scene. And yet we were told that Hamilton killed himself with a Smith & Wesson revolver. So you start to understand why they had to spirit this statement away. And the existence of this off-duty police officer was just completely airbrushed out. Because he also said that Hamilton was wearing a black boiler suit. And in the final report that's written by Lord Cullen, by then Thomas Hamilton's wearing black corduroy trousers. And even the professor who did the post-mortem on Thomas Hamilton admitted that Hamilton had been partially unclothed at the locus, which shouldn't have happened. I mean, it's strange that he was wearing a boiler suit.
Okay.
But it's even more strange that his clothing was changed. And also, when the off-duty police officer walked in, he said that David Scott, the student teacher, who was in this art class when he saw Hamilton commit suicide, apparently David Scott was in the gym. Now, Hamilton can only have been shot, I mean, less than a minute before Grant McCutcheon walked in, because he was apparently, his body was still, there was heavy breathing, there was gurgling. He wasn't, dead.
He wasn't dead, right?
So, what was David Scott doing in there? And then when he walked in, Grant McCutcheon, the off-duty police officer, the janitor, John Curry, was at the side of Hamilton's body, apparently removing a gun from Hamilton's hand.
How helpful.
Yes. And when Grant McCutcheon walked in, apparently he said to the janitor, leave the gun alone. And the janitor got up and walked towards him and just said, I was, just removing it for safety or something. This man that's lying there near death. You have to wonder, what was the janitor doing, messing about with this gun in Hamilton's hand? And then the other thing is, in the janitor's witness statement, he says it was a Dirty Harry-style revolver that he was removing from Hamilton's hand.
A 44-like revolver, right?
Yeah, well, we were told that Hamilton committed suicide using a Smith & Wesson revolver. Right. But, as I say, the off-duty police officer, who was clearly never meant to have been there, gave, such contradictory evidence. And if this had been a proper inquiry, and I think I said, quite a few times in the last interview that it obviously wasn't a proper inquiry. It was a staged cover-up. It was a whitewash at the gym where Hamilton entered the gym. But then if you have finally formed the opinion that Hamilton was a patsy, that he was set up that day and he was always going to take the blame for the massacre, well, it all starts to piece together. And you go back and you read over things and you think, oh my goodness, this was staring me in the face all along. I strongly believe there's MI5 involvement, and that this was a government-orchestrated massacre, and that Thomas Hamilton was selected as a patsy probably a good couple of years beforehand.
We thank you for listening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
This program is produced by Visigoth Incorporated. Any rebroadcast or use of this program without the express consent of Visigoth Incorporated is strictly encouraged.
MI6 have very strong control of the national media in the UK. There's no doubt about that. In fact, MI6 has a section called Information Operations, which is called IOPS, purely there to manipulate the media. In the 1970s, there was a committee called the D-Notice Committee, which was made up of senior journalists in the UK. And it was there to officially protect national security. But effectively, it meant that it was there to block stories about intelligence activity and operations by MI5 and MI6. So it's a bit of a strange concept that we can have the media effectively doing the bidding of the spies in this country to suppress legitimate stories of it. It's interesting that Michael X's file has been closed until 2054 because only the spies have that length of time with which to suppress documents. So I think that's a very clear indication of spy involvement in this case. Government papers are traditionally suppressed for 30 or 50 years maximum. Spies always have a 100-year rule. We would recruit someone perhaps within a criminal gang and then encourage them to go and rob a certain bank isn't beyond the bounds of possibility at all. Quite often they will recruit people, agents, to carry out illegal acts, and they call these people patsies. So these people think they're just doing something, you know, for their gang or whatever, the big boss, whereas in fact they're being run unconsciously as agents by MI5 and encouraged to break the law by MI5. But of course, if they then get caught, they know nothing, so MI5 gets away with it scot-free.
There are individuals in the United States who seek to carry out acts of terrorism and violence against our communities and our country. When you see things that just don't seem right, that seem somehow out of the ordinary, reporting what you've observed can be invaluable to the work of law enforcement and intelligence analysts in this shared effort. Acts of terrorism against the United States can be large or small, and we've all seen their horrific images on television or in newspapers. But terrorist acts don't happen spontaneously. Many require some form of planning.
So I'm sort of shook enough. I get my things from the office, then go back home. Then I start switching between TV channels, and then one of the channels says, "Oh, there's an unconfirmed report that yesterday or last night, men in black unmarked uniforms was searching the area around the media building, the VG, a big newspaper in Norway, and the government building just around the area where the blast was."
More thought now about these very unfortunate events. Let's talk to radio host and author Stephen Lenman. He's joining us on the line from Chicago. Mr. Lenman, hi there. Thanks for being on RT. As these awful events unfold, I know you're watching from your side of the pond as well. And we've already heard unconfirmed claims by that group calling themselves the Helpers of the Global Jihad that this attack is a direct response to the presence of Norwegian forces in Afghanistan. Do you think that sounds like a realistic claim, a realistic theory?
Kevin, I have written on numerous events, numerous individuals falsely charged, numerous official stories changed by later evidence. Can I give you some examples? Both in America and Europe, both World Trade Center bombings in America, we know about 9/11. The evidence is overwhelming that the 9/11 attack itself was a false flag. Most people forget about the 1993 bombing. A number of people were convicted. I wrote about one, Sheikh Abdul Rahman, the so-called blind sheikh. He was completely innocent. He got life in prison. He was a former CIA asset. They brought him to America. The Oklahoma City bombing in 1995, Terry Nichols, Timothy McVeigh, a truck bomb in front of the federal building in Oklahoma City. It was later proved that the truck bomb did relatively minor damage. Most of the damage came from internally rigged explosives.
Okay, I mean, we've heard the conspiracy theories about 9/11 before, and I've taken everything you say there. So, I mean, what are you saying about what's happened here tonight? I mean, details are still very, very sketchy, and this is happening as people are still under the ruins there tonight. So, what do you think has gone on then?
Well, of course, the event just happened today. We have no way of knowing, and it could be days, it could be weeks before we know anything. But my advice to viewers is always be suspicious, especially about a major attack. I'm sure your viewers remember the underground bombing in London, the Madrid train bombing, I believe, the year before or the year after, the mid-2000s. The early stories were all wrong. The latest stories conflicted with them, presented different evidence, and it looked like both of those events were false flags. So again, we don't know what happened today. Be very suspicious. And there are clues, Kevin. There are clues. Let's see how fast information comes out. Let's see if people are charged. Let's see exactly what is said. And if too much official information is reported too fast, those are red flags, because any event like this could take weeks, maybe months, to really find out what went on. If in the next day or two or a week, we get flooded with information and names named, those are red flags that something is very, very wrong.
Stephen, I take in absolutely everything you say. Treat with caution, absolutely understand that. But let's try and focus on what some of the more mainstream theories may be about what could have happened here tonight. I mean, the claim also by this group mentions insults to the Prophet Muhammad, which were reprinted in a Norwegian tabloid last year. Could that have anything to do with it, do you think?
It's possible, and I remember about that, and I mentioned it in an article that I wrote. But that's an old story. But I would suggest there are lots bigger reasons than the tabloid newspaper. And the newspaper wasn't struck. I'm not certain how close the bombing was to it, but they struck government buildings. Now, it didn't harm the prime minister. There were some people killed. I'm sure other people were injured. The fact that Norway was part of the NATO coalition against Libya, that might have been a bigger reason. But remember, Norway pulled out of the coalition. Why wasn't Denmark attacked? And their former prime minister, Rasmussen, is the NATO Secretary General, just raging for more bombing, more wars. If that was a reason, attack Denmark. Norway is a peaceful country. Why go after them? Well, one reason may be to incite fear, to make people believe that even peaceful countries are attacked by these terrorists. Well, did terrorists really do this? Or was it a false flag to incite fear? I remember others that took place in Denmark, in the UK, and I especially remember the UK and Denmark. Later information came out that conflicted with the original stories. I wrote about them, but it's been a good while since I've done it, and I don't remember the specific details. But what I do remember was the later evidence proved the early reports were falsified.
Well, yes, this is an attempt by someone who he says has other cells. He's being handled. It's now admitted that MI5 knew what was going on. He was at meetings with British, quote, Knights Templars, with British intelligence, watching them, undoubtedly involved with them. I predicted last week on Thursday that they would start moving the terror threat away from Muslims in Europe and the United States over to, quote, white right-wing al-Qaeda. People that won't go along with the new wars, the banker bailouts, the open borders. Less than 24 hours later, this began, and you've got multiple shooters reported by eyewitnesses that look nothing like Breivik. Dark hair, but with Norwegian features. You have the police 90 minutes not getting there. You have his Facebook being altered from Illuminati stuff to saying he's a Christian conservative. That's confirmed. All of this is up on Infowars.com.
So you're trying to say, Alex, that there's a lot of the pieces here that we're not being told about this specific attack. Let me switch gears because I want to get in some more questions. I think you bring up a really important point. It seems to me, at least, like for the last 10 years, both here in the U.S. and across Europe, authorities and investigators have focused only on the threat of al-Qaeda. When we think about more right-wing extremist groups, it seems to me, at least, they're often dismissed as sort of being on the fringe and, not very great in numbers. I'm wondering if you think that this was simply a case of a man acting alone, and it seems to me that you think it wasn't, or if this is a window into a much larger problem.
It's a window into a larger problem, but it's not what the script writers are telling us. This is invoking a clash of civilizations. He's calling for, and the media is building him up like, Captain Europe, to be the crusader against the Muslim hordes, in their words. And then this will undoubtedly, getting all this attention and the slick packaging and the glamour photos and the videos and the plagiarized treatise, will now be a Bible to lone wolves that will undoubtedly now carry out events. Just like the CIA set up in '79 al-Qaeda, then put out the radical Muslim ideas, which then were picked up by real Muslims and carried out. Then the West has excuses to invade and take over the Middle East. So this is a psychological warfare program where the establishment is launching a grassroots crusade against the Muslims in Europe, and then government will sit back in the West and intelligence agencies and security agencies and play the part of the referee and the arbiter between the Muslims and Christians killing each other. And so this is basically a very sophisticated form of false flag attack, where whether he's a mind-controlled patsy or whether he believes he's acting as part of this Illuminati Knights Templar knighthood, it is invoking a clash of civilizations, but that's only one level.
Alex, I'm going to need to stop you there. We're out of time, but regardless of anything, it certainly was a wake-up call, I think, whether or not to the authorities, it definitely was a wake-up call, I think, to most of the world, and certainly a tragic attack that happened there. Radio host Alex Jones joining us from Austin, Texas.
Okay, if you just joined us, the Jerusalem Post says he was a rabid right-wing Zionist. And he used the terms that right-wing neocons and Zionists use on radio in the U.S. It's just a fact. I don't know if he wrote this manifesto. The Easter Bunny could have done it. It's admitted that his Facebook was manipulated. It was in the Google Wayback Machine saved, and we were able to track that. Other big news reports are confirming that someone went in and changed it from Knights Templar Illuminati member, Mason, to Christian conservative. This is a rebranding, clearly, regardless of whether it's real or not, from the Muslim threat, we're taking your rights away because of it, to everybody's a terrorist. And I told you this was coming last week. We had drills the days before, blowing up things less than a kilometer away. We had the police showing up, knowing the gunman's name, and saying, hands up. They show up 90 minutes later, and then they don't take him out. They just say, hey, lay your gun down, Breivik, and Anders Breivik. And he comes out and does that. He's going to serve 21 years maximum, and he's going to be this big Hitlerian hero when he gets out, I guess. Or that could be a complex frame-up of that. I mean, again, you can't believe the Facebook. You can't believe the web stuff. We don't know any of this. And they wouldn't let him be seen in court. They wouldn't let him be seen in court. They wouldn't let him speak in front of the camera. So we don't know if he's even saying these things he said. To me, he looks highly intelligent, but he also, with that little smirk, looks like he's flown over the cuckoo's nest. obsessive compulsive, basically. Webster Tarpley, doctor of history, frequent guest here and contributor, tarpley.net. My friend, what do you think's really going on here?
What we've got here with Breivik is a patsy on steroids. This is either a psychotic or a fanatic or a double agent or a mercenary or something like this. He is entirely a creature of NATO intelligence, and this entire event is inconceivable without sponsorship by NATO intelligence. First of all, concerning the ideological profile of the patsy, I mean, one of the main rules in an analysis, as you've shown over the years, is that we don't want to focus too much on the patsy that is being projected through the world media. We want to look for the technicians and the moles that they don't want you to see. I guess the CIA or NATO intelligence budget didn't allow them to go out and hire some new hack writers. But again, enough of him. Let's look for the moles and let's look for the technicians. Maybe we start with the technicians. According to this interesting Oslo newspaper, VG, and I've been getting some reports from some very fine people in Norway, VG reports eyewitnesses. There are at least 2 eyewitnesses that they name and other eyewitnesses unnamed at this youth camp on the island who state emphatically, categorically, there is a second shooter. This looks like the person who actually carried out the shooting, because we've seen this again and again, right? With Major Hassan at Fort Hood, there were 1 to 2 more
drills,
shooters.
other shooters, Columbine, 7/7.
Sirhan, with Cho, Virginia Tech, there was a second shooter there. Now, the police response to this, as I understand it, is to say there may be somebody else. This is an ongoing investigation. But if you talk about a second shooter, then you're spreading fear. Now, that's obviously they want to suppress this. So I think this is important. Don't let them write this out of the media narrative, because it did get into CNN and CBS Radio News and France 24. And before we get to this, one of the techniques is then, if the police realize that there are these persistent reports of a second shooter with plenty of eyewitnesses and even a description in this case, which is remarkable, they go out and arrest somebody and then say, oh, no, that was the guy, but it turns out that he's not involved.
Webster, this couldn't be any clearer. I mean, Norway's not toeing the line for the New World Order police state, and so they get a right-wing attack in there, and now they get to use it all over the world. You've got the Financial Times of London saying that this attack personifies the rise of the new right. Let me read the exact headline. Webster, we have their own media saying, look, for some reason, NATO and the U.S. are infiltrating us. We have a history of over 200 bombings in Gladio. For those that don't know, tell folks what Gladio is and NATO's stay-behind networks. This group's trying to pull out of NATO operations. I mean, this is really pretty obvious here.
I think it's quite obvious. Let me just say, concerning the police, moles in the police, before we move on to your question, the moles in the police, I think, are indicated by the fact that it takes 90 minutes, 60 minutes, 90 minutes, an hour and a half for the police to get to the island. Why were there no helicopters available in Oslo to transport a SWAT team, the Delta Force or whatever they have, from downtown Oslo or wherever their base is to this island with the youth camp? Why did they have to go by car, essentially? Why no helicopters? And why, when they get there, did they load all their equipment into a boat and then have the boat begin to sink? You could say this is the Keystone Cops, this is a comedy of errors, but I don't think so. It reminds me again of the Paris police leaving Princess Diana in this car for the best part of an hour after that accident. It's a level of incompetence that simply cannot be believed. So it takes them an hour and a half to get to the island, and then when they get there, they know the guy's name and they call him by name.
Okay, why do you think he did this? There are speculations about the reasons behind why he would commit such a crime. Why do you think, based on what you know of him?
I have no idea. I could not imagine. I cannot even imagine that he could do that. He must have been somehow brainwashed or something. He must have...
Brainwashed by who?
The office chief medical examiner got here, actually the chief medical examiner, got here a couple hours after the building was secured, took identification photographs and did preliminary identification on all victims and had everybody transported back to Farmington by about 1 in the morning. Our entire staff turned out, started the postmortem examinations this morning. We completed the children by about 1:30, and I believe everybody except the assailant and his mother will be finished tonight, and I'll do those tomorrow morning. Lieutenant Vance and staff have a list of the names and the dates of birth. Anything else on there? No, sir. No. And that'll be distributed. Hope we got enough copies. It's not like a Xerox machine. Everybody, death was caused by. Everyone that we've completed so far was caused by gunshot wounds. And obviously the manner of death on all these cases has been classified as homicide. I think a lot of our clerical or what they call processing techs who do the paperwork and so forth were there. They're up all on the second floor, and I didn't get there today. I've been at this for a third of a century, and it's my sensibilities may not be the average man, but this probably is the worst I have seen, or the worst that I know of any of my colleagues having seen. And that all the more makes me proud and grateful to our staff, who, to a man, have just behaved most professionally and strongly. And I hope they and I hope the people of Newtown don't have it crash on their head later. But I hope they and I hope the people of Newtown don't have it crash on their head later. But
waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my brow and I sweat my rust. I'm breathing in the chemicals. I'm breaking in, shaping up, then checking out on the prison bus. This is it, the apocalypse. Whoa, I'm waking up. I feel it in my bones, enough to make my system blow. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age.
tweeted the shootings at 7:25 a.m. on December 14th, and I asked the question, why did the AP tweet Sandy Hook at 7:25 a.m. when it happened at 8:30 to 8:40 a.m.? So the time it was so totally off, it's insane. And they have now changed it, which you saw that, to 10:25 a.m. They changed the tweet to 10:25 a.m.
Let's begin on January 11th, 2011. Joe Lieberman was Connecticut's Attorney General from 1983 to 1989. In this role, he began to mature into his eventual role within the criminal elements in the state. He went on to become a Connecticut Senator in 1988, which further established him as a player in running cover for operations and likely operations of his own. His influence in the state and beyond can be understood by considering his vice presidential candidacy in the 2000 election and his primary role in creating the Department of Homeland Security. If you're on the trolley, you understand from all this that old Joey is not at all what he appears to be. When a player like Lieberman goes down or is taken out of the picture, it causes chaos and lots of curious cop suicides and assassinations. This is a form of criminal risk management. We begin this section in January 2011, since that's when Lieberman announced his resignation from the Senate, giving a full 2 years' notice. From my assessment, this was the trigger event that caused the Sandy Hook shooting. Now, let's move on to the situation in Connecticut and the factions that make up its legitimate and criminal power structures. On one side, there is a long-established organized crime element. Figures like Whitey Bulger and even remnants of the Irish Republican Army are alive and well in Connecticut. Add to this the state police. They have a uniquely strong presence in the state due to Connecticut having only citywide police departments. The state police fill the role normally handled by countywide police departments. Another group that has both a history and current presence in the state, more so than any other, is the CIA. Yale is only one of many homes to this secret agency, which always operates under assumed names and front companies. On the opposite side, or opposing side, there is a strong FBI presence, which mostly avoids cooperating with the CIA and organized crime. Foreign intelligence agencies also operate in the state with near impunity, assisted by certain corrupt elements in the U.S. government. As Lieberman was such a strong proponent of the DHS, or Department of Homeland Security, we can assume he's aligned with this side. The DHS is thought to have established a top-to-bottom intelligence structure that is a new threat to what existed in the state before its arrival. Through the DHS, it's possible that foreign intelligence operations might be completely shielded. Now let's move on to other groups that we can also split between these factions. Religious and pseudo-religious political groups. Aligned with the organized crime, state police, CIA faction are the Catholic Church, Opus Dei, and Knights of Malta. Aligned with the Lieberman FBI DHS faction are the wretched Likudniks and Zionists.
Earlier today, a tragedy of unspeakable terms played itself out in this community. Lieutenant Governor and I have been spoken to in an attempt that we might be prepared for something like this playing itself out in our state.
Now, the same day that he testified at the Cheshire home invasion trial, the state's chief medical examiner dropped a real bombshell.
Dr. Wayne Carver says he wants to quit because the Malloy administration is meddling too much with his operation.
Today, he told me he had a backlog of 18 bodies to attend to, but is so upset he decided to go public about the Malloy administration decision to remove 5 of his 54 employees. He spent most of the day yesterday testifying in the Cheshire home invasion case. Earlier in the day, he had sent an email to his board saying he was ready to quit because of the dismissals. He says these 5 longtime employees do things that no other employees in state government can handle.
Coordinating getting Department of Social Service money or probate money to bury unclaimed bodies, dealing with the families of upset people.
And he says purchasing of highly specialized scientific equipment can't just be done by anyone either.
It takes multiple years to develop a contract. The maintenance contracts on on a $400,000 instrument it's not like a Xerox machine.
The administration says they don't want Carver to quit. Carver says the move doesn't really save any money and jeopardizes the independence of his agency.
It is, in my opinion, deeply disturbing.
They're up all on the second floor, and I didn't get there today.
Sir.
And it's my sensibilities may not be the average man. Firearms than most pathologists, but if I say it in court, they yell at me and don't make me answer. So I'll let the police deal with that injuries.
But you said it was the long rifle that was used?
Yes.
I thought the long rifle was discovered in the car. That's not correct.
Not correct, sir.
Follow up on that question.
I don't know. There were lots of them. Okay. If you can control the situation depending on your photographer, and I have very good photographers, no, I don't.
How young?
Sorry, I don't.
How young was the youngest victim?
I don't.
How young?
Sorry, I don't.
How young was?
Y'all gonna have to look at the spreadsheet when we pass it out. I'm sorry.
Did the gunman kill himself with the rifle?
No. I don't know yet. I'll examine him tomorrow morning.
Precision from the shooter, or was it spread randomly?
Both. It's a very difficult question to answer. Okay. You'd think after the thousands of people I've seen shot, I could answer that question, but if I attempted to answer it in court, there'd be an objection and they'd win.
When they came to you, what were they wearing?
They're wearing cute kid stuff.
Doctor, the children that you autopsied, where on the body were those wounds?
All over.
How many boys and how many girls?
I have no idea. It's H. Wayne, W-A-Y-N-E, Carver, C-A-R-V-E-R, and it's the second. And that's why I don't use the H, because when my father asked my grandfather, he said, fine, but as long as you never call him Harold. It wasn't a tent, it was this magnificent thing. We have 3 vehicles, and a lot of guys that drive them. We're actually, one of the highlights of my administration is that we make them as nondescript and unmarked as possible. Just to foil you guys.
Self-inflicted, that means you don't have evidence?
I just...
You don't know? You haven't checked it?
They're up all on the second floor, and I didn't get there today. Sorry, I don't.
How young was?
Because that was one of the oddest things I have ever seen in my life.
Office Chief Medical Examiner.
Hi, good morning. Can I please speak to Dr. Wayne Carver?
Just say, I think he's doing autopsies. Let me please do his voicemail or his secretary.
Yeah, I'll take his secretary.
Okay.
Good morning, Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Yeah, hi, good morning. I had a few questions about the letter that Dr. Carver wrote February 25th, 2011, and it's regarding raised bill number 1054, an act concerning the disclosure of autopsy reports. Do you think it would be possible to speak with him?
Not at this time. He's busy doing autopsies, and then he's leaving early today. What's your question?
Hard to believe. I'll tell you my question. To the press, during his press conference, Dr. Carver stated that he performed an autopsy on Noah Posner, the child who was shot 11 times at close range. And we've been hearing from the family about how he's been shot 11 times and all that, and how the wounds were close-range wounds, right? So, and then I see statements in the newspaper from Veronique Posner, Noah Posner's mother, who said she was adamant that no autopsy was performed. So I'd like an answer on that, on whether or not.
And who are you?
Did everybody hear the question?
Doctor, can you tell about the nature of the wounds? Were they at very close range? Were the children shot from across the room? Can you tell?
I only did 7 of the autopsies. The victims I had ranged from 3 to 11 wounds apiece, and I only saw 2 of them with close-range shooting.
I think this is one of the main things that one really has to scrutinize with regard to the Newtown tragedy. Here is an individual, the chief pathologist of the state of Connecticut. He has 33 years of experience. He's highly experienced in his profession, and yet he is at a loss with regard to actually being able to describe what took place in this mass post-mortem that he presided over on the night of December 14th and the early morning hours of December 15th. There are very simple things that cannot be answered by him, such as, for example, where the injuries, the bullet holes are on the bodies, how many bullets were recovered, what positions were the victims in that were recovered. He either hedged and could not answer these things, or he deferred to the state police who were flanking him and accompanying him during the press conference. And I think that the reporters also became rather suspicious as well, because as the press conference concludes, their questions become more and more simplistic, and he could not really respond. So, for example, how many boys and how many girls were killed? He couldn't answer how many boys and how many girls there were. There were 20, but he couldn't answer how many girls, how many boys, the proportion.
We're learning more about the grandmother, Deborah Dennison, and what she was dealing with before this double murder-suicide. Records show that Dennison had a number of financial troubles before last night's Amber Alert. Channel 3's Jill Konopka did some digging and is live now with what she learned. Jill?
Denise, these records indicate thousands of unpaid hospital bills and to the state, and Deborah Dennison's family says she suffered from mental setbacks. Eyewitness News was there when police paid a visit to the home of Deborah Dennison to meet with her husband. Troopers say the 47-year-old grandmother shot and killed 2 of her grandchildren before taking her own life. A letter left behind and other factors prompted police to issue an Amber Alert, one with the worst possible outcome.
Certainly there was a suicide note that was recovered, and there was other information that we had determined pursuant to this investigation that really caused us to feel that the children could be in serious danger.
Now the family and this close-knit community are also asking why. Relatives tell Eyewitness News Deb suffered from bipolar disorder. Property records indicate she not only owed thousands of dollars in outstanding bills to William Backus Hospital, but another $668 to Connecticut Behavioral Health Associates. And just last month, the state filed a lien on her property for unpaid income taxes, totaling nearly $6,000. One relative believes Deb took her husband's pistol yesterday on her way to pick up her grandkids. State police will only say they're looking into the history of the gun.
A lot of questions to answer about the origin of that weapon, the ownership. We want to know everything and anything there is to know about that.
Connecticut State Police aren't yet saying whether Deborah Dennison had a gun permit. We did check criminal records. Her record did come up clean, and a while ago she did pay a $100 fine for reckless driving. Reporting with the Mobile Newsroom tonight in Stonington, Jill Konopka, Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
Let's see this brief clip of a press conference and the response to a question about 2 adult victims of the shooting.
I'm sorry?
Is there a second survivor? We've heard of some
reports that there are 2 survivors.
Yes, there are. There are 2 adults that were injured in the facility, in the school, that suffered gunshot wounds and are recovering.
Can you tell me what the ID is? Brother's ID.
I don't have.
Lieutenant, can you clarify just a couple of things?
Yes, sir.
You said earlier there were 2 people who were shot and survived.
That's correct, sir.
2 people shot and survived. You know what location of the school?
I can't. The question was, there were 2 people that were wounded in this and did survive, 2 adults. That is correct. They were wounded in the lower extremities. I do not know the location in the school. I cannot answer that question.
It's maybe not important, but these 2 victims were originally reported to have died. Now they are said to be recovering. What is important to note for our purposes, though, is the added information that they were wounded in the lower extremities. Everyone thinks of it as a perp and victim scenario. Rarely does anyone consider a third party to all of this. Might the event have been a threat to a third party? From all the available evidence I've compiled, it looks to me like it was the state police that carried out the event with the intent to threaten the opposing faction, the primary risk to their control grid being the DHS. Think about it. Who arrived first on the scene? Who ran the press conferences? Who threatened bloggers for publishing their theories? Who was dispatched to guard the alleged victims' families? Who imposed the current gag order? Who is providing a trickle of information on the case through the media?
A live news conference now, Lieutenant Paul Vance.
Is on scene and begun their work. Honestly, the primary and first and foremost thing we've got to get done is the identification of all the deceased. We have to do it legally by law, and we want to do it properly. We have to do it legally by law, and we want to do it properly. We have to do it legally by law, and we want to do it properly.
And in Oxford, police are preparing for the what if. We've seen the horrors of Columbine and Virginia Tech, and today state police ran through what they would do if what happened there happened here. Fox 61's Jim Altman has more on the training troopers hope they'll never have to use.
By air and on the ground.
The subject is now barricaded with a revolver. There's no other hostage.
First responders are taking aim at reality.
Look down, make sure no IDs.
The blood is fake, but the lesson is real at Oxford High School.
More coming out. More coming out.
Today, the state police staged an active shooter drill on a grand scale.
In the back of your mind, you always have Columbine.
This is an opportunity for the Connecticut State Police to take the training that we have and integrate it with other first responding agencies.
In a real event, we would have these resources deployed.
From students and teachers to local police, everyone in town is playing a vital piece in the puzzle.
He's heading out to east, northeast.
In the scenario, 2 armed men have stormed the building, injured students, and have hostages.
Joining room, full here.
We join the state police's highly trained TAC team as they search for the assailants.
In 21st century policing, the first responders are trained now to react to the situation, to not only react, but to actively get involved in stopping the aggression.
This is the largest exercise of its kind ever put on in the state. Over 150 police, EMS, and firefighters.
It's about everybody coming together, working together, and making everything go well and make sure everybody that is involved in the incident is safe.
Be advised, hostage has been recovered by EMS. Roger.
And today, through this chaos, the goal is cohesion.
It went almost flawless. There were a couple bumps in the road, and you expect that in any drill situation, but it's a learning experience.
Advised, hostage has been recovered by EMS. Roger.
And today, through this chaos, the goal is cohesion.
It went almost flawless. There were a couple bumps in the road, and you expect that in any drill situation, but it's a learning experience. I don't want to get into the details of it. Suffice it to say that the medical examiner has been on the scene with all the proper personnel, and they'll do what needs to be done. And again, primarily what we're looking at right now is the positive ID, so we can give some closure to people. I'm here to promote it. Hope it's a sold-out show, but I don't want anyone's expectations to be too high as to what my performance will be. Oh, no, my managers told me that I can't do that until the night of the performance, which is tonight. We're being assisted by the Newtown Police, the local police, federal agencies are helping us. This is an opportunity for the Connecticut State Police to take the training that we have and integrate it with other first responding agencies. We've got to answer the
Is Gene Rosen a patsy or a perp? Rosen just happened to be visiting Fairbanks, Alaska in June 2011, and ran into Alaska's Lieutenant Governor Meade Treadwell at a picnic. Treadwell attended Sandy Hook Elementary. What are the odds of that? Treadwell Park is where the news media converged in Newtown. It's named after the Yale grad's late father. Meade is considering a run for the United States Senate in 2014. Some have claimed that Rosen is not a member of the Screen Actors Guild. However, Rosen admitted on his dog walking site that he is involved in community theater and television production. He even received a mention on the Cable Coast Public Affairs website. In fact, Rosen posted at Video Martyr blog in 2011 a story that alleges he was making a demo tape at the studio of the Connecticut School of Broadcasting on September 11, 2001. A news article now scrubbed says this about Rosen: initially, that meant show business. One of his first jobs was as host of Center Stage, a 30-minute charter cable program that focused on regional and local theater. That led to what he described as his 15 minutes of fame in a Brookfield Theater production of The Fantastics. A search for mention of that play leads to this: if there is an element in the show that seems to have faded, perhaps comedy does have time limits. It's the routines of Henry, the old actor Gene Rosen, and his second banana, Mortimer David Tuttle. The guys are funny, but the humor now seems lame. Proof Gene Rosen is an actor. The news media presented Gene Rosen to the world as just a retired psychologist, pet sitter, and good Samaritan. But when Rosen was accused of being a crisis actor and the news media went into attack mode against the skeptics, while continuing to hide his involvement with acting, television production, and broadcasting. What a despicable farce. Sodomite CIA intern Anderson Cooper should be locked up for fraud. One of Video Martyr's links is to Flagpole Radio Cafe, a community theater in Newtown affiliated with two Sandy Hook parents. Flagpole Cafe states that broadcasts of the show are carried on WPKN Radio and Charter Community Vision 21, that is, the same cable station Gene is affiliated with. Curiously, Rosen claims to belong to Flagpole Photography Club. Francine and David Willer are actors at Flagpole Radio Cafe. They allege that their son Benjamin died in the shooting. Francine Willer is also a member of a psychedelic dream jam band that is aimed at children. Their famous producer is Rick Chertoff. Whether he is related to the other Chertoffs is unknown. By the way, another known performer parent in this farce is Mark Barton. The Newtown's Flagpole Roddy Zero Cafe is run by Flagpole Productions LLC, which is owned by Martin Blanco and Barbara Gaines. When Martin Blanco was quoted by USA Today as viciously attacking the NRA, they hid his true work, and described him as a stay-at-home dad. The context of the article implies he was part of a spontaneous grassroots anti-gun group that formed in Newtown after the alleged tragedy. Whoever Eugene Rosen is, he sure loves being in the newspaper.
Good morning to you.
We know how difficult this is for you. Taking in those 6 children, what was that like?
The children were so frightened. I didn't know why they were on my lawn. I didn't know how they got there. I looked outside and I saw these 6 children, and I thought that they were practicing a play or Cub Scouts. And I went and I approached them, and it became clear they were so distressed. They were just so distressed. So I took them into my house, and they were crying and talking. I got them some stuffed animals, because we have a lot of them for my grandson.
Gene, you didn't understand did you understand what was happening?
I didn't. I had no idea what had happened. There seemed to be a bus driver who I don't quite understand had picked them up, and they stopped in front of my house, and she said there was an incident. I had no idea what had happened, and then the children started talking. I feel they had witnessed some of the bloodshed.
Yeah.
They were very brave. They were very sweet children. And we started calling their parents. And they just said, I can't go back to that school. And they said something about their teacher. And then their parents started coming slowly. They were such sweet kids.
I was going to breakfast at a local diner, and I was ready to get into my car, and I looked down toward the end of my lawn, and I saw 6 children. I thought that was so peculiar, because they were sitting in kind of a semicircle, and they looked okay. And then I saw a man talking very loudly and harshly to them, saying, "It's going to be okay, it's going to be okay." And I thought he was talking in a very loud manner, and I thought maybe it's part of a skit or a play, and the kids were just pretending. And the school bus driver who identified herself said, "Oh, there's been an incident at the school." And so I asked them into the house. I brought them into my house, and I sat them down. Time went by, and after a few minutes we went to a different room, and then they said, "We can't go back to the school. We can't go back to the school. We don't have a teacher. Our teacher is dead." And they were just sitting right here, and they were sitting in a nice little way, like in a circle, like in a little reading group, and I couldn't imagine what happened to them. And the teacher said, the bus driver said, "There's been an incident." So I said, "Come on inside, come on inside." And we walked up my driveway, and I took them inside the house.
What did you hear them saying while they were down here?
They were just crying. They were just crying. They didn't say much. I did not know what happened. They didn't really say much about it until they got in the house. They looked mortified. They looked very fearful.
When you saw those children on your yard, did you have any idea that something was wrong?
I had no idea. I thought they were doing a skit, or maybe they were Cub Scouts or Girl Scouts, and they were just practicing, because they were sitting so nicely. But then I saw a man in a very agitated way saying, "It's going to be all right." And he kept raising his voice, and I thought that was so strange. And I came to the children, and they were crying and wailing and mortified. And there was a school bus driver with them, and I invited them into the house. And she said there had been an incident at the school. I had no idea what it was.
And the children, how did they find the words to tell you? Because they told you, right? The teacher
They
had
told
died.
me they just start talking. The two boys mostly talked, and they said, we can't go back to that school. We can't go.
We can't go back.
Our teacher is dead. What are we going to do? We don't have a teacher. And I could not take that in. I could not accept that.
That's mainstream media and they game. So what we got, Young Turks over here trying to push the whole thing. Oh, you should be ashamed of yourself. You're over here harassing this hero, Gene Rosen, Good Samaritan. But when you look at the first point, check out this first point. What did he do anyway? What did he do that was heroic? I didn't see this man run up in the school and take those kids out. A dang bus driver had the kids first. And all he did, the bus driver gave the kids to him. He didn't do nothing. He didn't save them kids. The suspect was already dead. Now, who we need to hear from is that dang bus driver. Now, Gene Rosen got a little problem. He don't know if the bus driver was a man or a woman. We need to hear from the bus driver. We need to hear what they got to say on this dang situation. What kind of bus driver goes over here and lets kids go with some random guy? And Gene Rosen, sorry, man, but you strange as heck. And Shank, I don't know how you do things, but I bet you won't let your kids go over to Gene Rosen house for the weekend. Why is he one of the main characters? But yeah, this guy's getting all this attention. They're calling my phone. Let me tell you something. I bet it ain't nobody on this end. It sure ain't me calling this phone. Gene Rosen, let me let you know something. You ain't worth the minutes on my phone. You ain't worth the seconds on my phone. Doggone it. And I got the unlimited plan. Gene Rosen. They're calling my phone. They're sending letters. Man, your 15 minutes of fame is up. Because we want to see those children. We want to see the kids who survived. Why are you still talking? Why are you still on my computer screen? Why are you still on people's television sets? Because so far, all the people who would have seen Adam Lanza all of a sudden is gone. But these kids, he had a big gun and a little gun, you said the kids said. So the kids said he got a big gun and a little gun. We haven't seen the surveillance footage, but the kids saw him. Why aren't these kids out here? Why aren't these kids talking? Why aren't these kids on Dr. Phil?
Now we've got this. You know, we already know that Gene Rosen wasn't at the house like he claims he was. He was really at the firehouse. But let's humor him, okay? He says that the children ran to his home, these 6 children. We're taught from like before preschool. It's like ingrained in our head. You have an emergency, run to a police officer, run to a fireman. So you mean to tell me those children ran completely past the hero fireman to some old man's house they never met? Okay. You mean to tell me that the fireman didn't hear the man running after the children yelling at them and come out to go, what the fuck is all this yelling about? Nope. And then, of course, now Gene's backpedaling, saying that he called the cops, even though nowhere in his initial reports did he state that he called the police. Now, I got 6 kids running to my house telling me their teacher and friends have been shot. I'm like, hey, 911? Oh my God, I got 6 kids right here. And they're telling me that their teacher was shot at Sandy Hook Elementary School. And this guy's shooting everybody. Get over there, get over there. No.
His name is Stephen Barton. He's 22 years old and he's from Southbury, Connecticut. And he was among the 58 people injured in the July 20th attack. Now, if you're saying to yourself, if he's from Connecticut, what was he doing in Colorado in that mass shooting? Well, basically, he was bicycling across the country, and that particular night, he was staying with a friend that night of the shooting, and he happened to go see the movie.
Stephen is from Southbury, which is about 5 miles or so from here. He'll actually be in Colorado next month pushing for more gun reform, telling me tonight that his new line of work is actually therapeutic in the wake of all he's been through. We're live in Newtown, Connecticut tonight.
A Connecticut victim shot in this summer's movie theater massacre out in Colorado starts his new role tonight as a frontman in the push for stronger gun control laws. Hi, everybody. Glad you're with us tonight. I'm Darren Kramer.
I'm Sonia Baghdadi. We're just hours away from the first presidential debate, and tonight, that young man from Connecticut will step into the national political arena.
Yeah, today I sat down in New York with the Connecticut survivor of that massacre about his brand new role in the world of shaping political policy.
22-year-old Stephen Barton's life changed forever in an early July morning in Colorado. Barton was with friends in that Aurora movie theater watching the Batman premiere, where police say James Holmes opened fire, killing 12, wounding 58. Barton was one of the first shot. He took a blast to the head from a shotgun. 25 pellets ripped into him. 8 are still in his body. Now, Barton's life has changed again.
So when you watch the presidential debates, ask yourself, who has a plan to stop gun violence?
Tonight, Barton will star in a national political ad pushing for more gun control in this country. It will run just before the presidential debate.
The guns that I was shot with, they were bought legally, but I guess the point is that our laws are not, as comprehensive as they should be.
And this one political ad isn't the last you'll see of Stephen Barton either. This week, he actually moved here to New York City, where he will spend the next year working to pass new gun legislation.
Today, Barton met with his new boss, New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg. Barton now works for Bloomberg's organization called Mayors Against Illegal Guns.
The first goal of Barton's group is to require background checks for all guns sold in this country. Right now, private gun sales are exempt. He says he is really hoping to open up a conversation about guns in this country and come up with solutions that he says would not be hyper-partisan.
He was biking around the country in July when he stopped for a movie in Aurora, a night that changed his life forever. Friday, he did not have to travel far for another tragedy. It hit right here in his own community. Stephen Barton doesn't want to believe where he is standing.
The last thing I thought would happen is that this gun violence would strike so close to home.
The growing memorial of flowers and teddy bears outside Sandy Hook Elementary. Painful reminders of 5 months ago in the Aurora Theater shooting.
Especially in being able to really put myself in that moment, just imagining what it was like in that school.
Saw the wounds on Stephen Barton's face, those wounds, and you saw those wounds on Stephen Barton's face. Those wounds are actually from shrapnel, from the buckshot, from the shotgun that he was shot with. We're told he has shrapnel wounds in his face, his arms, his chest, and 2 deep wounds in his neck that had to be stapled shut. And one final note on Stephen Barton, Mike and Ann, he was actually brought to Medical Center of Aurora last night by a police officer. We're told by the doctors here that several police officers who were first on the scene over at the theater actually couldn't wait for those ambulances to arrive, so they loaded up some of the victims and they took them to hospitals as fast as they could, and doctors here say that saved many lives.
The aftermath is just how arbitrary it was, where we chose our seats, whether we even had a chance to escape in the first place. I'm still trying to come to terms with that. I remember thinking, what I've read in the news about Columbine and Tucson, there's no way that's actually happening to me.
272, go, you're 50.
92, ready on the roof, check that area. 872, Y Yankee, E Echo, Alaska. 872, YEO, possible suspect vehicle.
Newtown 102's done. Monitor.
53 Air Force. Run the operator. His license on him and check it as well. First name is Rodia, R-O-D-I-A. Christopher A. August 6th, 69.
The Second Amendment absolutely guarantees the right of every citizen of sound mind to have a firearm. It does. There is no ifs, there are no buts, there's no questions about it. And I want you to look at this in a greater context of things. We have had a Zionist-controlled Hollywood, a Zionist-controlled news media that is the conduit to all of this violence, this imagery into every home in America. And so you wonder why there's a culture of violence? It is because it comes from the Jews in Hollywood. That's where the conduit of violence comes from. That's the source of it. But look behind that even deeper. I want to remind you of the Norway shooting of Mr. Breivik, which followed a week after Norway had agreed to support Palestine. Now you look at Israel just lost their bid to thwart Palestine from being recognized by the United Nations. And now here we go. Here's a revenge killing in the U.S. sponsored by Israel that was that killed all these innocent children. And that is something that Israelis do very, very well. They target the innocent, they target children, they target women, and they avoid the issue because they're angry, they didn't get their way. And now Palestine has standing in the UN, and Israel is going to be subject to the International Criminal Courts, and their leadership is going to be taken to task. So let's connect the dots here about what's going on globally, geopolitically, with Israel involved. Now, they're also calling for a congressional hearing. Now, one thing you can count on with a congressional hearing is there's going to be a cover-up.
Well, folks, it looks like we finally found the smoking gun, so to speak, and I'll get to it at the end of this video, that these are all fake photos of the Parker family. But before I do that, I want to just briefly talk about my credentials. I am a degreed graphic artist. I have a Bachelor of Science degree from an accredited university. So I'm trained to kind of see these anomalies in photos. And so first, let's start off. If you look at the first photo, what you're going to notice is that Emily, all the way to the right, just looks like she's pasted into the photo. Now that's just on face value without going into the further details that I'm going to show you in this photo to actually demonstrate that this is clearly a Photoshop photo with Emily pasted to the right. But the first thing you're going to notice is that she's just not in a natural position. You also notice the size of her skull is small in comparison to her sisters. Okay, she's the oldest. She should have a bigger head, so to speak. Also, what you can see is that the coloring of her is off. She's brighter. It's almost like she's been color adjusted before they put her into the photo. Now you can actually look down, and I've got this photo demonstration here of the border between her father's arm and her. There should be some shadowing down at the bottom portion of his arm, of his left arm, and there's nothing. And just to give you a comparison, I also put up this clip here showing her sister's arms that are in the middle. Okay, and you can see the natural shadowing around her sister's arm, where her sister's arm touches her mother's, and where her sister's arm is against her father's shirt. That's what it's supposed to look like. And this is what it looks like in the video. I mean, not in the video, I'm sorry, with Emily. You can see that there is no natural shadowing between Emily's body, her torso, and her father's arm. Especially toward the bottom there should be, because there's a lot more shadow coming from that area. Another thing I immediately recognized was Emily's hairline. If you look all around the top of her hairline, there's not one hair out of place. Now, for those of us that are not graphic designers, this may be hard to kind of understand what I'm saying here. So I thought I would show a comparison. So if you look at Emily's mother and her sister in this picture, you can see how the light comes through. The background and the light comes through the edge of their hair, so you can actually see image behind it. You see fine pieces of hair out of place, and this is what it's supposed to look like. And then we go back to Emily's hairline, and there's not one hair out of place. Any graphic designer who wants to chime in on this, who thinks that I'm crazy, you are more than welcome to chime in. But look at this. See the straw on Robbie Parker's knee? Why does the image of the straw get cut off right at his knee? Now you may need to take your screen and kind of adjust it back so that you can get just the right angle of light to see exactly what I'm talking about. but the straw gets cut off. There is no straw. The straw piece just stops right at his knee, which indicates that Emily was pasted into this photo. Why is the Parker family pasting images of Emily Parker into their family photo?
Makes no sense. Let's talk about Adam Lanza's facial features. How did his face change so drastically? I mean, we're seeing pictures of Adam from before, and he looks like a normal, average teenager. And then the picture of the killer Adam they're presenting is this emaciated, deer-in-the-headlights kid that looks nothing like the other Adam Lanza they presented. And how does one's eye shape change? I mean, Adam Lanza in the teenage years had almond-shaped eyes, but all of a sudden, this emaciated Amelia Earhart picture they show, his eyes are round.
I also wanted to show you the what I found while looking at Adam Lanza's photos. This is a much younger one of him, and it doesn't look too much like his later photos, but it does say that this is Adam Lanza. If you look at his eyes, they are blue, as they are in a later photo here. Blue is this one, and as you can see, he's got black eyes, or very dark brown. And there's also been some Photoshop going on here. There's no way that those are real eyes.
Even his chin and ear shape has changed. His face is completely different. The features are completely different. Okay.
So, I don't think Adam Lanza exists.
This is just something I found to be particularly interesting. We have the original photo of the children in Victoria Soto's class and Marie Murphy's class. Same area, taken supposedly 1999 to 2000. Same exact location. But what I started noticing was the wrinkles in the curtains. And these white dots represent where each wrinkle matches from this photo. And I'm going to take the opacity down so you can see it as it goes. Now, some I couldn't quite get on there, but what started me off to notice them was these two right here. Not quite on there. I gotta pull it apart a little bit. These two here. These two here. And I'll show you an unmarked picture. See here? See here? Here, 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 all through here. They match. And then I lined up the background here. So I don't quite know what I'm getting with that. How could a curtain not change in 12, 13 years?
Hi YouTube, I just wanted to show you what I found when looking for Adam Lanza. This is publicrecords.com. I've put in Adam Lanza, Connecticut. So and there are two people. This Adam Lanza is 24, so that's not him. This Adam Lanza, there's no age. And his relative is Kathy Lanza. So I put in Nancy Lanza, Connecticut, and there she is, Sandy Hook. And if you look at the relatives, there's Peter, the husband, Ryan, the son, but no Adam. I know sometimes these people searches, they don't always have all the relatives, so that could be just, you know, one of those things. But if you click on Peter, the father, Peter Lanza, and he's first one there, look, Sandy Hook, and the relatives are Nancy the wife and Ryan the son. And if you click on Ryan, again, Ryan, father, Peter, Nancy, mother, no brother. Does he even exist?
Now, of course, they have changed Adam's death date on the Social Security Death Index to reflect the 14th of December 2012. How convenient.
When they pulled up the databases and found out that the only son that Nancy and Peter had was Ryan, that's why they said Ryan. Now the funny thing is, later in the day, predominantly for the whole day, they were pointing their finger at Ryan. Ryan got on Facebook and said it wasn't me, I was at work. Okay? They retracted that and then they said it was Adam. Adam Lanza does not exist. And today I'm going to prove that to you because I myself have my hands on 3 databases. Okay? When you click search, oops, no records found. Unfortunately, no records were found. Please try another search. Now, let's go ahead and continue. The property located at 36 Yogananda Street in Sandy Hook, Connecticut, 06482. That property was built in 1998. That property was sold in July of 1998 to Peter and Nancy Lanza. They were the original owners of that property. Nobody owned that property prior to them purchasing the property. Matter of fact, I believe it was the Inquirer, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, it was suggested that the builder of that property handed the keys over to Nancy and Peter Lanza in July of 1998. So they were the original owners. Now, when I pulled an inquiry for Ryan Lanza, okay, as you see right here, the address history, people at this address, Nancy Lanza, Peter Lanza, Ryan Lanza, and John Reeve. Who the hell is John Reeve? You know what? Let's go ahead and click on his name right down there and see what comes up. Wow. He comes up as at the same exact address as Nancy, Peter, and Ryan. 36 Yogananda Street, Sandy Hook, Connecticut, 06482. Date of birth, unknown. Age, unknown. Wow. That's absolutely amazing. How's this possible? I thought they had a son named Adam. Who the hell is John Reeve? And that is the reason you pointed your finger at Ryan Lanza.
Are we going to find out he never existed at all? Because that's kind of what it's pointing to, huh? Because we haven't seen this kid in how long? Nobody's seen him. Nobody's heard from him. Just a little bizarre, a little strange.
We don't hear much from his brother, but his mama, she was supposed to be a teacher, but then that came out to be a lie. She was also supposed to be a prepper, and they tried to demonize preppers, but then that came out to be a lie as well. Peter Lanza, he doesn't like to communicate with other life forms. We only get one statement from him, so what the heck is going on?
There's no picture of him in the Newtown High School yearbook, just his name listed among other students described as camera shy. There's no picture of him in the Newtown High School yearbook, just his name listed among other students.
Could you say, was Adam, maybe something went wrong with him? Was he a normal kid?
I don't remember Adam, except when he was a child.
I knew him when he was younger.
Reporters been asking around if anybody knows them on the block, and nobody knows them, which is odd for this neighborhood. It's very odd because a lot of people in this neighborhood know each other, and that if they don't know each other, they know of somebody.
And even someone we spoke to who lived just 2 doors down from the Lanzas said they had very little information about the family and didn't really know Adam Lanza.
About 3 years ago, back in 2009, it's really the last time we have any hard record of any classes he took, any courses he was enrolled in. After that, right at the time that the divorce was finalized, it seems that Adam Lanza simply fell off the face of the earth. There is no record of anything that he did, what he may have accomplished, who he met with. We've had a very difficult time even finding friends who knew him from the period 2009 on. So he existed, but he existed in a world that really nobody knows about. But you know what's so crazy about Adam Lanza is he appears to have fallen off the grid. There are basically 3 years that are unaccounted for. The last time there's any record of him was back in 2009 when he was a student at a local university here, and he was taking several classes there. But after that, 2009, he just sort of falls away. So nobody really knows or understands what he was doing over the last couple of years. And
And then this guy, who is this guy? They say they don't even have records of this guy before 2009. Yeah, this same Adam Lanza is the same person they're saying who broke his hard drive on the computer so bad that the FBI can't even figure it out. The FBI can't even use it.
Adam Lanza destroyed his computers before he drove to Sandy Hook Elementary School on Friday.
Investigators say the Newtown gunman did such a thorough job, the FBI has been unable to retrieve any information from those computers.
Then there's the picture of this cop. He's running in the Sandy Hook parking lot. He's holding a woman's hand. She's holding a child's hand, and the child is holding another woman's hand. They're fleeing. Right?
You can control the situation depending on your photographer, and I have very good photographers.
Yeah, so this picture here was taken, this evacuation type scenario was taken on the morning of December 14th, 2012 outside of Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. And there's a credit to Sharon Hicks at the Newtown B. Now what we have here is the same woman with the blue scarf from the evacuation scenario, and she's with a guy with a black leather jacket. As you can see, there's a brown leather jacket in the shot, and he moves over and very covertly, I believe, he signals the couple, the woman with the blue scarf on, and he directs them to move over towards the exit of the firehouse here, where they're going to meet up with Mr. Green. As I pointed out in a previous video, Mr. Green here has a few things to say to the couple. He must be a fashion guru of some sort, because well, that's the only alternative to being part of the photo shoot, because he's gesturing with his hands and he's instructing her on how to wear her scarf. She takes it off. And she puts it back on. This shot here is the same footage as before. It's just a more of an open shot, so you can watch for yourself to see how sly this guy is with the brown jacket here. You've got to understand that there are helicopters in the air, and all of these people here are aware that they're being watched, and you can see people pointing it out to each other. It's very suspicious. The whole setup, the whole scene's very suspicious. So the trigger man there with the brown jacket on has sent them over, and they meet up with Mr. Green. So next we're going to talk about the setup and positioning of the subjects. And these subjects are cops. And these cops followed closely by a man with a brown leather jacket on. Another man with a brown leather jacket on moved towards the rear of this silver Jeep. And I believe that this man in a brown leather jacket is lining the shot up, the photo shot. If we look at it again, the cops move to the rear of the silver car, silver Jeep, and the guy with the brown leather jacket on looks back over his shoulder and forwards again. And Gene Rosen just wondering why he's not in the shot there. So the cops appear to be pointing out the direction of the... So on the left here we have the cops in the foreground. They'll be closest to the camera, and the brown leather jacket in the center lining the shot, and the blue scarf in the background. Here's the picture. I found it on the newstimes.com website. You can buy it there, and it's a credit to Michael Duffy. As you can see, the blue scarf is in the background, central to the shot. We have the cops in the foreground and the brown leather jacket just off to the right there. And my question is, if this photograph was set up, then how many more?
Hello and welcome to my video. My name today is Olim is here. The reason I'm making this video today is to show you a couple of articles of evidence I've compiled on the Sandy Hook shooting. So please bear with me and allow me to introduce my evidence to you, and please view it with an open mind. Thank you. Alright, so this is the first piece of circumstantial evidence. Now, I'm in no way claiming that crisis actors themselves are the ones who perpetrated this event. You can go to their site at crisisactors.org. I'm going to leave all the links in the annotation, so please keep those on. I'll try not to make them annoying in the way. So if you just follow along here, it says... Vision Box crisis actors are trained in criminal and victim behavior and bring intense realism to simulated mass casualty incidents in public places. For example, with a large shopping center, the producers review all security camera views and design dramatic scenes specifically for existing camera angles, robotic camera sweeps, and manually controlled camera moves.
Vision box crisis actors can play the part of the shooters, mall employees, shoppers at the mall, shoppers who continue to arrive at the mall, media reporters and others rushing to the mall, and persons in motor vehicles around the mall. Vision box crisis actors can also play the role of citizens calling 911 or mall management or posting comments on social media websites. During the exercise, the producers can use two-way radio to co-direct the crisis actors team from the mall dispatch center and at actors' locations. So as you can see here, all aspects of a mass casualty event are covered. Alright, now here you see an aerial picture of Sandy Hook Elementary School. You see Dickinson Drive. What I'm going to try to prove to you here is that most of the media, the fire trucks, the ambulances, the police were all assembled at the fire station that's up Dickinson Drive, and I'm about to show you that in the following picture. They were all assembled there and not at the school. Now if you look here in this following picture, you see to the left the firehouse, where most of the media, everyone was assembled there, and to the right you see an overall picture of Sandy Hook Elementary School and how Dickinson Drive is the road that connects Sandy Hook Elementary School to the firehouse up the road. And you see the firehouse is at Dickinson Drive and Riverside Road. Now, why would they all be there? For instance, look at this picture here. No one is parked in front of the school, not an ambulance, not a policeman. Why wouldn't they park, not a SWAT, no one. Look at it, it's vacant. Like I said, in the following footage, you're going to see that no one was there, and they were all up at the firehouse. Again, look here from CNN footage. There's no one there, not a policeman in sight. Yet here, you see up at the firehouse, remember this is the firehouse, you'll see when they zoom out, you see here a guy pretending to put the trolley back in. There's no one there. The ambulance never moves. In fact, it can't move. If you notice, there's caution tape in front of it. You'll see that later. Now here you see most of the media, fire trucks, ambulances all assembled. You'll see more aerial footage of this soon. See, the ambulance can't move. There's caution tape. Now here another picture or footage of that, of how everyone is assembled there. See how the ambulance cannot be, nothing can move. Why would the ambulances even be up there in the beginning, where they should be at the school collecting the bodies? Now I will show you a funny image of how they pretended to collect the bodies with a cart later on. But first, take a closer look here. You see everything is assembled at the firehouse. Now here, you notice how ABC News shows no Dickinson Drive, nothing of the firehouse, just the Sandy Hook Elementary School. Here, again, look how they just zoom in on the school. They don't show the firehouse. Alright, so here I'm going to try to prove to you how, again, they tried to make the firehouse seem like the school. In the back where you see the yellow, you see the following sign that you're going to see what it reads. This is Riverside Road that is intersects with the fire station. Now here, you see, again, it says Sandy Hook School, but it's at the firehouse. You see it in the background. See, here's just a still image. You see the firehouse in the background. Here, you even see the fire truck. And here you see some cops, but why are they here and not at the school? There's another image of the sign. You see it right in front of the fire station where all the various police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks are parked. And you see the sign right there on Riverside Road. So just remember this. They're trying to make the fire station look like the school.
To come to the microphone, so we'll listen in. Okay. To the microphone, so listen in. Okay.
My name's Robbie Parker. My family is one of the families that lost a child yesterday in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shootings here in Connecticut.
Alright, so there you saw some absolutely horrendous acting from the apparent Robbie Parker, who was apparently Emily Parker's father, the deceased girl.
Principal, who, God bless her, lost her life, was just a very special person. And all the parents knew that.
Wolf Blitzer, CNN, Newtown, Connecticut.
Alright, so some more terrible acting there. You just saw Now, these two people in real life are Rich Sexton and Jennifer Greenberg Sexton of the Greenberg family. Now, all the photos I received here, other than the CNN ones, of course, are from Picasa. It's titled The Greenberg Family Album. I'll leave, again, all references will be left here, so leave the annotations on. If that wasn't enough proof for you that, you know, there was some fishy business going on, here's some more hard forensic evidence now. It is without a doubt the same people, Jennifer Greenberg Sexton and her husband, Richard Sexton. Now, take a look at the photo to the top left. That is Richard Sexton. Below that, again, Richard Sexton. And below that, again, him posing with a female. In the middle, that's him with his wife on vacation. It is obviously the same man. Again, take a look at the woman. She is obviously the same woman. She, it's without a doubt, she has the same long, thin nose stemming from the forehead, the same type of hair. It's just obviously been, you know, cosmetically changed. Of course, don't forget the power of cosmetics here, that, you know, just the little bit of change that each thing can provide to disguise them. For instance, the cap he's wearing, the scarf, the jacket, she has her hair covering her neck, a key thing to disguise yourself with. She has one eye covered, her forehead is covered, she presses her lips and keeps her head down. Same with him, he keeps his eyes down the whole time. Yeah, so take a look. We'll continue further with these folks. Alright, so here's another still image, sorry. You see Nick Phelps take off his hat to reveal the bald spot. Now, many of the pictures that I have of Richard Sexton are of him with hair. Yet to even make my case more clear, there is a picture right him to the left of Nick Phelps is Richard Sexton without hair. Now, if you take a look to the picture under there, to the most bottom left, you see him on vacation. To the right of that, you see him with a female family member wearing the orange shirt and the white stripes. Now, remember this girl because she's important. In the picture to the right of that, you see him again, yet he seems to have balded or obviously received a haircut. And the reason I know that is the reason I know it's in the same time span is because the girl is still wearing the same orange shirt with the white stripes on the T, and her hair is still in the same frizzled ponytail-like position. So it is obviously the same man. Again, compare him with Nick Phelps, and we will get to his wife soon with a more clear image of her. But it is obviously the same man without a doubt. So thank you. We'll continue. Alright, so here's another close-up image of the wife, apparently Laura Phelps, in real life Jennifer Greenberg Sexton. There you see all the pictures to the right of the CNN photos were again derived from the Picasa albums. You can take a look for yourself. It is obviously the same woman without a doubt. The same long, thin nose stemming from the forehead, the same eyes. You've got the same mouth, the same V shape that her mouth makes. Of course, she refuses to show teeth or to smile. Many say obviously because she's mourning. I mean, good point, but it is an acting technique in my opinion. Now, if you take a look also how her hair is covering her neck and how her hair also covers one eye and most of her forehead, again, a technique to disguise. But if you again refer to the images to the right, it is without a doubt the same woman. Also, if you also would like to refer to the video for any of this, feel free to, you know, select any moment of the video to refer to this, because I could only you know, pause so many times to get still images. But also I did the video was before this for reference as well, and to show how horrible of actors they were. So yep, keep taking a look at these, please. Also, in the following footage, you're gonna see they're on family vacations. You see in the bottom of all four of those pictures, you see in the bottom right hand one, it's obviously again the same man wearing the cap. That is Richard Sexton. They're on apparently they were going on a helicopter trip. This picture here is for more reference to show you. In the top left hand corner you see Richard Sexton with I'm presuming you know, a male relative. But to the right side of that, you see the same boy again. Richard Sexton has received a haircut, obviously not balding, since you can tell the kid is obviously still looks the same. It's within a couple of hours or maybe days, but I'd say a couple of hours is my best guess. So yeah, just take, you know, this is all for reference, just for you to, you know, all evidence that I compiled. I have really nothing left to say. I mean, it's obvious to me now. Just it's up to you to decide.
kids? Really? I just can't believe it. You look so good. That is what my daughter's kindergarten teacher said to me. Yesterday, it was the lady at the cafe. I don't know how you do it with 4. I could barely handle my 1. You are my idol. Nearly every day, I am complimented. I not only amaze people with my ability to control 4 children with 0 help ever, but apparently, I'm like one hot piece of ass. Okay. Let me just clarify something here before I finish that. I had no intention of calling my 8-year-old son an asshole. I mean, seriously, I mean, I may think it a lot, but say it? No, I never meant to say it. There are not that many moms out there that are willing to admit to these kinds of moments, right? And we should. Really should. You know, moms break under pressure. That's okay. That's okay to admit. Yeah, you know, for every single compliment that I am given, let the truth be known. My name is Laura Phelps, and I called my 8-year-old son an asshole.
Now here we see an image of Victoria Sotos, and right away, of course, you notice the man to the left. This was, I got this from the CNN website, and you will shortly see the clip that they used this picture. Notice how they cropped out the man to the left, and for all of you who are going to scream Photoshop, you can clearly see the man in the CNN clip that you're about to see next, but he's been cropped out. Notice, of course, the gesture he's making, and he's looking right into the camera lens. He knows.
Huddled behind her, trying to protect them when she was shot and killed at the elementary school. Her cousin said,
Alright, so you just saw it. You saw him to the absolute left, how he was cut out. You even saw the boy in the background. So at this point, if you're still denying, then this video is not for you, and you are not a person of evidence, because I have nothing to gain from this. Remember that. Okay, so here we are about to watch Victoria Soto audition for a Dreamcast factory competition. Notice the name the announcer uses. It is Victoria Soto, and I will show you how this is obviously an actor and how she always was an actor.
Con ustedes, Victoria Soto.
There is no doubt after watching that I noticed that this girl in the white is the same girl who was just singing. In fact, there you see on either side of her the pictures. Still, it is without a doubt the same girl. You know, just different lighting, and here she's got obviously no makeup on, you know, to fit the role. But in the caption here of, like, when I got this photo, the caption said, "A woman awaits to hear about the fate of her sister," and I will share that evidence with you in a screenshot format after this. But now that you saw that audition, and you clearly heard the guy say Victoria Soto as an introduction, you clearly see that this woman right here is obviously, without a doubt, without a shred of a doubt, the same woman to either side of her, Victoria Soto. So how is Victoria Soto there mourning the loss of herself? This woman is apparently supposed to be a sister of a teacher, and I will show you again that caption. So just to show you more odd things occurring at the Sandy Hook Elementary School, I will show you that photo here. Alright, so here's that picture. Allow me to read the caption. It says, "A woman waits to hear about her sister, a teacher, following a shooting at the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown." The first questionable thing about that is, why is she already crying if she's still waiting about the news? But nevertheless, of course, she could be scared. But it is obviously, I've already proved to you that this same girl here is the same girl who in the YouTube video was named Victoria Soto, and here it clearly the caption says that she's waiting to hear the news of her sister. So of course what they had this girl do is play both Victoria Soto and the sister. They had the girl playing Victoria Soto at the scene playing someone else. As you can see here, it is absolutely the same girl, there's no doubt. It is obviously the same girl. Even notice that her left arm makes the same position. It is folded in the same way. It is undisputedly the same girl. If we can come to the conclusion that these are the same two females, then what does that say about the YouTube video titled Victoria Soto, and this being the girl wearing the blue singing being called Victoria Soto? And since we already proved it's the same girl here who's pretending to be a sister of a teacher. Alright, so obviously the conclusion from here is that Victoria Soto is the girl in the white shirt, and that she is an actress and not a teacher like the media would like you to believe.
I put one of my students on top of the toilet dispenser. I just knew we had to get in there. I was just telling them it's going to be okay. So I said, no, we just have to be absolutely quiet. And I said, there are bad guys out there now. We need to wait for the good guys. They're coming again. I wanted us to be okay. And my heart goes out to anyone who knew them and was a part of their lives. I just can't imagine.
Friends and parents say Hochsprung was passionate and dedicated, tough but caring, and one said the kids loved her.
The principal, who, God bless her, lost her life, was just a very special person, and all the parents knew that.
Wolf Blitzer, CNN, Newtown, Connecticut.
Do not let these people that you right now see in front of you fool you.
This individual that takes the pictures changes into her firefighter outfit and joins the first responders while the editor goes into the building, and apparently, supposedly interviews the principal of Sandy Hook, Dawn Hochsprung,
who was already shot dead. Supposedly.
Right, that came out in an initial report, and then they had to retract it, and then a few days later, even more seriously revised the report itself.
I guess let's go to that picture that from the was it the Newtown Bee? I'm going to go to this picture that was released. It's the kids holding hands. It's that famous picture that was put out 10:47 a.m. on December 14th. Famous photo taken by a Newtown Bee editor, distributed via CBS and other national media. And you said you found testimony where she said she was taking pictures as fast as she could, and yet we've seen, this is the only picture we've seen of hers.
This photo was reported to depict the state police escorting these children. Note the woman's jacket. The man we see is wearing what appears to be a partly tactical state police uniform. The item that stands out as unique compared to other police uniforms is the shoulder stripe. The pants are a cargo tactical in dark blue. The jacket is short-length black and accommodates a protective vest underneath. The shoes are a standard tactical boot, the make of which varies probably by the officer. This uniform configuration seems to be regulation, but very uncommon. The SWAT and tactical units I was able to identify do not match. Neither did bomb squad or K9 units. I was able to find one photo showing a different officer wearing the same uniform. If you look at this brief clip from above, we see this apparent K9 officer wearing it as well. Now we're going to move on to the footage I described earlier of the chase into the woods being filmed from above. I examined the footage using software to enhance the clarity and contrast as much as could be given the quality. My intent was to identify the clothing and other features of the figures throughout the scene. Can you guess where I'm going with this? Let's watch as the first and second men enter the scene. Their clothes do seem very similar. Their pants do appear to be dark blue and their jackets black. The first runner doesn't really appear long enough or in position to identify a shoulder stripe, but runner number 2 seems clearly to have both the tall and rectangular arm patch and the shoulder stripe of the Connecticut State Police. Now let's see as runner number 3 enters the scene. Did you notice anything unusual about his gait? Let's look again and note what seems to happen as he reaches the white arrow. Did you catch that? Runner number 3 appears to hop or skip just before passing out of sight. It is possible that this man has an injury to his lower extremities.
talking about the second and third shooter. How the little kid saw somebody on the ground, which I believe now was probably a father of one of the students. That one of those guys has been kind of explained away as a father who was detained briefly in handcuffs. And then, you know, we go to the overhead video shot, and we do have that video. You can pull it up, and it's the cops around a guy in the woods. And then we have testimony of another witness who says they brought the guy out of the woods. He was wearing camo and black pants, and he's over there in the car, in fact. Look, right over there. And, you know, why don't the cameras swing around and shoot this guy, you know, and get a shot of him? Let's see, you know, why don't they do that?
They did walk a guy out of the woods. I saw him walk a guy out earlier with handcuffs. He walked by us and said he didn't do it.
It was a grown man.
A grown man, yeah. He's sitting in the front of the police car over there now. So, I mean...
He didn't have a gun?
No, I didn't see any gun. Just had him handcuffed, and he walked by us and looked into parents' eyes and said, I didn't do it.
How was he dressed?
Camo pants with a dark jacket.
And not only that, but as you pointed out in that report, he was in the front seat of the cruiser.
Yeah.
So if he was a suspect, why would he be in the front seat?
I'm alright. I was at the Aurora shooting at Dark Knight Rises premiere.
Random. Everybody was there to see the premiere of Dark Knight.
Super excited for this movie to come out. Big Batman fan.
First, we thought it was part of the movie premiere, like throwing Batman toys or something to promote the new movie.
And it was packed, and you know, I expected to be. It was the midnight showing of the latest Batman movie.
And at first, we thought it was part of the show, because you know, we thought people were just trying to hype people up that it's the new Batman movie.
The first funerals for the victims of the Connecticut school shooting have taken place. Services were held for 6-year-olds Noah Posner and Jack Pinto, who were among the 20 children killed at Sandy Hook Primary School in Newtown. Noah was the youngest victim and had been in school with his twin sister Ariel, who escaped unhurt. He had celebrated his 6th birthday just a fortnight ago, and he was buried at B'nai Israel Cemetery in Monroe. Friends and family of Jack gathered in nearby Monroe to say their goodbyes. The youngster was a keen wrestler, and Jack Wellman, a sports coach at Sandy Hook, said children had placed their medals in his coffin. He was buried wearing a red and white American football jersey with the number of his hero, the New York Giants player Victor Cruz.
Got to do a game rewind back in pregame. As the teams came out of the tunnel, they slapped hands with some special fans. These folks lining the tunnel there from Sandy Hook Elementary School, Newtown, Connecticut. About an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours away from MetLife Stadium. The Giants invited these fans into the stadium today to be their special guests here as they wrap up the regular season. Well done, guys.
You can sort of, you can control the situation depending on your photographer, and I have very good photographers.
Do you know if the difference in the time of death between the body that was recovered from the house
No, I don't.
How young?
Sorry,
Doctor,
I don't.
How young was the youngest victim, doctor, and how old was the oldest victim?
Y'all gonna have to look at the spreadsheet when we pass it out. I'm sorry.
That you dealt with. Was it the
all the ones I dealt with were all first. Everybody I dealt with, I believe they're all first graders.
Did the gunman kill himself with the rifle?
No, I don't know yet. I'll examine him tomorrow morning, but I don't think so.
What about the woman in the home?
I have not seen her yet.
In terms of the children, were they found all in one location, in one classroom, or?
Guys, what are we releasing on that? Okay. The Paul and company will deal with that. Paul and company, Lieutenant Vance is going to handle that one.
You said all of the children that you personally examined were shot multiple times. Is that the case for all of the children?
We discussed this briefly with the staff before I came here. There was, I believe everybody was hit more than once.
Was there any evidence of a struggle, any bruises, or?
In terms of the nature of the shooting, and was there any sense that there was a lot of care taken to precision from the shooter, or was it spread somewhat randomly?
Both. It's a very difficult question to answer. Okay.
Question facing parents everywhere this morning is, of course, how do I talk to my own child about these terrible events? How can we explain the unexplainable, the inexplainable, when it's difficult for even us to comprehend? Joining us now is journalist and author Willow Bay, who wrote the book on this topic, Talking to Your Kids in Tough Times, How to Answer Your Child's Questions About the World We Live in. Adults, and there are a lot of us hard at work to keep them safe. Willow Bay, fantastic advice, and advice that Willow Bay. And there are a lot of us hard at work to keep them safe. Willow Bay, fantastic advice, and advice that Willow Bay, fantastic advice, and advice that each and every one of us as parents around this entire country can use today as our children head back to school on Monday. Willow, thank you so much.
Just this year, Sandy Hook Elementary School put into place a security plan, making it mandatory for visitors to ring a doorbell and only be let in if staff recognized them through the video monitor. And if staff didn't recognize the visitor, he or she needed to present picture ID, sign in, and only then would be let into the school.
Every time we went to the school, you always had to press the button and they'd ask who you are to come in. So I don't know how anybody could just walk.
So I don't know how he came in, because every time you go in, you have to ring a bell and they can see you from the office, and they know who you are, and they let you in. So I don't know if it's somebody they knew.
Y'all know how the media do things. How come they not showing us inside the school? How come they not showing us where Adam Lanza shot his way through? Be like, oh, Adam Lanza, he shot his way through right here. And then if we walk over here, here are the bullet holes. Oh my gosh, that's scary. They don't want to show us that. Look at all this glass on the ground. And then another thing, they have bulletproof glass.
You know, that was a big thing, because they just installed this big security system that, you know, the only way to get in was through a key card or some way to get in to the building. And he shot his way through, yet we see no pictures of this doorway that was shot up. No broken glass, no bullet holes, nothing. The only thing you get are aerial photos or diagrams.
Just like there's no footage of anything else, right?
And the only way to prove this, well, we would have to have surveillance footage of that event, because, you know, we would have to see Adam Lanza coming into the school. You know that, right?
What gets me, there was an article that Lanza blasts his way through the front door. All this, how he shot his way through, because people were saying, well, if there's a security system installed, how did he get in? Well, and at the bottom line, let's see the footage of him blasting his way in. And, you know, I don't need to see anything gory. I don't need to see anything. But let's actually see this guy dressed up, you know, as a special forces soldier, you know, kicking his way in like Rambo.
It was peaceful, and everything was fine, everything was just normal, as a regular Friday morning would be to everyone, and then it all just changed. And then we hid because everyone thought it was an animal. Then when we heard gunshots, that didn't sound like our army gunshots, or our policeman gunshots, or our school gunshots, or animal control gunshots. We all hid into my teacher's office, and everyone was quiet, and my teacher, she saved a life, and she called Mr. Gunn, her husband, and he called the police. And when the policemen came in to get us, he told us to close our eyes, and like on the picture on the news, do this and just go out. And he told us to close our eyes because the man was probably dead right there. I don't know what kids got hurt. I just heard that a lot of kids got hurt. And we have a couple friends. We had a couple friends in there. And we don't know what happened to them.
What do you remember? What happened?
We got to school. We did everything we needed to, and then we heard all this racket at our classroom, and we were like all scared. Then we heard them say, "Go in your cubbies."
Everybody went to their cubbies.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear any more bad noises?
Yes.
So you're in there. How do you leave the classroom? What happens? How do you wind up leaving?
We got in the line and we had to close our eyes.
You had to close your eyes?
Yes.
And when you opened them, where were you?
We were walking down to the fire station. Well, we found like there was all these people, and we found out because there was right near the window in our classroom, and like we saw like police officers, and we heard them on the roof and in our building.
Was everybody crying, scared, wanting their parents to come get them?
Yeah. They were, and then some people were even like, they kind of thought they got a stomach ache.
Did you hear any gunshots or anything like that?
Well, police officers, like, they were kind of, because there's police officers, like, right out the door, like, trying to find the guy.
Are you okay right now?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Uh-huh.
Sir, can I talk to you a second here? We're Channel 2 in New York. How did you find out about this terrible tragedy?
Okay. My daughter's in 3rd grade. We got an automated call from the town that there had been a shooting.
Sure.
But nothing about where the shooting was, and that the schools were on lockdown.
So you're assuming probably it's the high school at first, right? And then,
of course, and my son's at the high school. I text him.
Yeah.
He said everything's fine here. And then I got another text from CBS that it was on Dickinson, and that's her school. So I drove right here. I saw the panic.
Right.
And I talked to some of the moms, and they said that the principal had been shot.
Wow, my goodness.
And some children came out bloody. I don't know if they've been shot.
And we were. This is a frantic time. This is every parent's worst.
Oh my God, especially here in Sandy Hook.
Yeah. Now, sweet man, so talk to your daughter?
Yes.
What's your name, sweetheart?
Sophia.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Okay, I appreciate it. What did you see or hear anything? Did you know anything was wrong?
What happened in your class?
What happened in your class?
Well, we were at morning meeting, and then we heard shooting, and then we went to the corner. And then
the teacher told me that she locked the door.
She locked the door? And were you afraid? Yeah. But how long before you saw your parents? Did they tell you your parents were going to come get you?
No, I think.
Okay. Well, this is a little unsettling, I guess, for a youngster. She's been on TV, and thank you so much. You want to go home and enjoy the rest of your day.
A friend of mine said that there was a masked man came in and just started shooting. So I don't know how he came in, because every time you go in, you have to ring a bell, and they can see you from the office, and they know who you are, and they let you in. So I don't know if it's somebody they knew.
When we were gone doing morning meeting, we heard like shots, and everybody went on the ground, and Miss Martin just closed the door, and we went to the corner.
And then right after that, you actually lock yourselves in.
Then we raced into my supply closet and pulled the door closed.
And you were there for the next 4 hours?
Nearly, yeah. It was 1:15.
This continues to be a very complex investigation, and there's a lot of contradictory information out there, but there is some new information this morning from a couple of federal officials and state officials. They say now that there were actually 4 handguns recovered inside the school, not just 2, as we were initially told. 4 handguns, and apparently only handguns, that were taken into the school. We knew that Adam Lanza, the man said to be the gunman here, also had a assault-style, AR-15 style rifle that he had taken to the school that was in the car he drove there, his mother's car. But we've been told by several officials that he left that in the car.
Everybody, death was caused by, everyone that we've completed so far was caused by gunshot wounds. All the wounds that I know of at this point were caused by the long weapon.
So the rifle was the primary weapon?
Yes.
And when the reporter at the press conference, I believe it's that passage that you played, when he asked, when he stated that the rifle was found in the trunk, Paul Vance, Lieutenant Paul Vance, the Connecticut State Police, interceded and said, "That's not correct, sir. That's not correct, sir." So at that point, I believe that is when the narrative changed from the handguns to the rifles, the assault-style rifles. I believe that may very well be what future legislation, gun control legislation, will target, and so consequently the narrative changed.
I mean, supposedly he was holding like 4 pistols, and then he had like 4 pistols and a rifle and a shotgun. I mean, nobody even knows what this kid had anymore.
Oh yeah, and the guns. See, they're trying to get the AR-15s taken away, so the 4 handgun situation don't work, and the AR-15 being in the car don't work. But there's no proof. There's no proof of the AR-15. All we see is footage of cops taking a shotgun out of the car.
I mean, they don't even know. They're trying to decide what story to go with now, because none of this shit makes sense. They keep changing it.
And everybody keeps saying, review magnified, the 4 handguns, the 4 handguns. Y'all, I hear you loud and clear, so we're going to talk about the 4 handguns. Now, what am I talking about? There was this report on December 15th talking about 4 handguns was found. Specifically, they said that, and they said there was an AR-15, but that was left in the car. Now, as y'all know, we end up seeing the cops take a shotgun out of the car. Misinformation going on. Now, with that same reporter, he said it was state officials, federal officials, who gave him that information. Now, how our little debunking friends, our little mainstream media friends, well, the media always during the first week, and they always get the information wrong. Fair enough, but this is some really specific information. 4 handguns and an AR-15 left in the car. Who was the person who said that? Let's hear what they have to say. And then the guy went on to say this. He said, oh yeah, and there was also an altercation on December 13th with Adam Lanza and 4 other people. Now, I went on to look further into this report. They said 3 of the people he got in an altercation with was killed. This is some specific information. But at the same time, what happens? We get a cop coming out and say, oh, that's not true. That's not true. Well, if it's not true, who in the heck brought it up? Who is this state official who brought up this specific event? That does not prove that Adam Lanza used the AR-15. But I will say this. He would have had to use an AR-15 according to the official story.
So whose car were they removing this gun out of, this rifle that was supposedly used in the killings, but the guy killed himself in the school. So how did he get the rifle back into the trunk of his car? I'm confused at this point.
There's also the matter, on a related note, of the amount of ammunition that he had on his person when he entered the facility, as well as the garb that he had on. This individual is only about 115 or 120 pounds, and so is an awful lot of material to actually have in order to and to sustain oneself and to carry out an act such as that.
I'm going to go over a few questions that are still remaining. In the beginning, you know, one of the first stories they brought out, I know it's hard to keep track of, they said that Adam was wearing a vest, a bulletproof vest. Now, which is heavy and unwieldy in itself, right? Now they're trying to say that Adam didn't have a vest on. But what did Adam use to hold these rounds? I mean, he's already got all these weapons, right? Don't you think it'd be even more unwieldy to have all these rounds on top of it? What's going on there? Again, doesn't make sense.
Same little pipsqueak Adam Lanza goes into the school and kills every single person that laid eyes on him doing it. Everybody dead who seen him. What the heck? Could the government be behind the Sandy Hook attacks?
If there's going to be a debate with regard to gun control, there needs to be a debate that is rational and that is not tinged by emotion or anything of the like. And I think that is exactly what is attempted to be. That is attempted here with regard to this incident.
Because we didn't start hearing about gun control until Sandy Hook came around. I mean, we heard gun control before, but not in this fashion. Not in Joe Biden, we might have to use some executive orders type fashion. Let the government be the only people to have guns. Y'all want to say Alex Jones is crazy because he got 50 guns. What about this government? They over here staging Sandy Hook. They crazy. I don't want them to have all the guns. We need more people looking into this. We need more people talking about this. This is the biggest hoax of our decade. I thought Obama fake crying was bad. Until I saw the rest of those family members and they fake crying and they fake stories. I know some people like to sleep, but it's time to wake up. Adam Lanza. This story got so many holes in it. You got Robbie Parker. You can just Google Robbie Parker, fake actor Robbie Parker. Man, fake as heck. You got Noah Posner's mother. She over here reacting strange as heck like she reading off a script. It takes 9 months for a child to be born, and then his life is just taken away by an AR-15. That gun. They're pushing guns. Every time you see them, they say, that gun. Come on now. A 10-year-old. During this story, during this hoax, a 10-year-old supposedly wrote a letter to Obama saying, look, Obama, the only people who should be allowed to have guns is the government and the police. And everyone else should only be able to use guns for sport. And if they go to a shooting range, they leave the guns there. It is that sick. These jokers are doing all of this just for some gun control.
Now let's go over a couple of the officer statements, okay? Officer William Chapman said that he found a little girl with a pulse and ran her out to the parking lot to an ambulance. And the whole time he said to her, "You're safe now. Your parents love you." Where is that footage? Where is that footage of him running this child out to the ambulance in the parking lot? I thought the ambulances were kept at bay so that they wouldn't get injured until the scene was secure. So where did he run to? All the way to the firehouse? Like, where is the footage of this? And who is this little girl? Now we've got School Resource Officer Leonard Pena. School Resource Officer? Sandy Hook's School Resource Officer? Who is he a resource officer for? What school is he an SRO at? That's kind of weird. Because if he's Sandy Hook's SRO officer, SRO, he's got a lot of explaining to do, doesn't he? Anyway, he is going, he's got the same story as that Pastor Jim Solomon I told you about before. He says that he found a little girl in a room with all dead children. She was the only one that was alive, and she was covered in blood. And he ran her out to the triage area. What triage area? The one at the firehouse with the rows of chairs, like where people were kicking it? That area? I don't know. Remember that triage area? One of the victims that lived, she was sitting in that chair. She just had a blanket on, just kind of kicking it. No one's really tending to her. No one's looking at her. And then all of a sudden, boom, she's on a gurney and she's being taken to the hospital. So she was shot in the lower extremities, no blood anywhere, no paramedics tending to her for the longest time in the parking lot, right? And then she's all of a sudden on the gurney. Now, they're blocking her face now in the United States, okay? But you can still go to Portuguese news and see her face. Who is she? Who is she? And why don't the paramedics have any blood on their gloves? If she's shot, she should be bleeding, right? No blood coming onto the sheets on the gurney, on top of her, nothing. No freaking blood on the gloves of the paramedics. And some of the paramedics aren't even wearing gloves. They're holding their gloves. A little unsanitary, don't you think? What else? Let's see. Now they're claiming due to privacy laws, they can't give out, HIPAA laws. They can't give out Adam's, psychiatric medical records or any medical records about him at all. What? You didn't give a shit about his privacy in the beginning. You sure as fuck came out to tell everybody he had Asperger's syndrome, didn't you? That's a diagnosis right there. So who the fuck came out with that shit? And then you had no problems saying that he was on psychiatric medications, and you're still fucking saying it. So who's the privacy for? I mean, the dude's dead, allegedly. Apparently, Facebook is now suspending the accounts of those who question the Sandy Hook shooting. When has it become a problem to question things? Why is it such a fucking problem? What? I mean, we have a right to know. When a tragedy is being used to take away our rights, we have every goddamn right to question anything and everything that comes out. And now you want to go ahead and suspend people's accounts because they question something? Oh, the audacity to have a fucking brain in your skull to question things that don't make sense. Nobody saw anything? Nobody heard anything? Makes no fucking sense. Gene Rosen doesn't do it. No. Gene Rosen was just allowed to walk them back over to the firehouse.
How many more? How many more? How many more?
How many more?
Enough. Enough.
Right. I was born in the morning, but one yesterday morning, okay? I will never stop asking questions. The point is to get people thinking and to stop believing every fucking bullshit story that's handed to them.
The only reason why you believe in that version of the story is because you saw it on TV. You believe everything you see on TV.
Do research, think for yourselves, be open-minded.
And it goes right back to the major news media. Why are they not scrutinizing these inconsistencies?
I bet you didn't even look into this before you said that, huh?
Shocking.
I totally agree with you.
I'm afraid that a good percentage of the public do not see this in a broader historical context. We just can't look at Newtown in isolation. It's a tragedy, there's no doubt about it, but it cannot be looked at in isolation.
Columbine, Virginia Tech,
The Alamo,
Aurora,
Oak Creek, the planet Endor. You know, the Ewoks from planet Endor. It was a bloodbath.
Newtown.
Newtown,
Newtown.
Newtown.
How many more? How many more?
Even a little more is more than we should have.
How many more colleges? How many more classrooms?
How many more movie theaters?
How many more shopping malls?
How many more street corners?
How many more of these stupid celebrity PSAs?
How many more?
How many more?
Enough. 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 Enough.
Could I have a little more?
Demand a plan.
A plan to ban guns. Oh, I wasn't supposed to say that?
Right now. As a mom.
As a dad. As a friend.
As a famous celebrity.
As an American.
As an American.
As a human being.
As a cat.
For the children of Sandy Hook.
Demand a plan. No more lists of names. It's not too soon.
It's too late.
Now is the time.
Before we all know someone who loved someone on that list.
No more lists.
No more lists. Ban lists.
No more. If we had just done something yesterday. It's time.
We can do better than this.
We can do better than this.
It's time.
It's time.
It's lunchtime. But it's also breakfast time somewhere. Probably Australia.
Demand a plan. Right now.
Right now.
Right now. Don't take time to think.
You! Demand it!
Demand a plan to ban massacres. I can't believe those are still legal.
Well, I'm losing my mind, I'm losing your love. Well, I ain't got time to keep it up now. If I said I was blind and I lost both my eyes, would I see through the lies that I've been spinning? Misuse, always confused. I will owe you more than I will ever need another excuse. Hard to dispute. I will love you more than you will ever see. I'm taking my turn, I'm not willing to learn from all that you were, you fucking fakers. You misunderstood, so I think that you should.